What's up, folks? Welcome back in. It's Wednesday. The Warhamster has come and visited us and given us a great bounty of new things to talk about because it's a July update. So huge amounts of point changes and rules changes for the game. And that's what we're going to go through today. So I just woke up. I have not seen basically any of this stuff. And so we're going to be doing it live here, chat, which I think should be fun. Oh, thanks for the kind words. Yeah, this hat's for Warhammer Skulls. They gave it to me. I was a little upset they gave me a Blood Angels hat of all things, but I couldn't find my regular hat. My other Warhammer Skulls hat. So this is the one I'm wearing. It's okay. I kind of like it. I wish it wasn't Blood Angels. Not that they have anything against Blood Angels. I just don't have any particular affinity for the faction. So it's like, I don't mean, it's fine, I guess. Yeah. So let's see what's going on over here. So I have set it so we can see the entire screen. And hopefully it doesn't look too bad because it is very wide over here in the Militarum field manual. I figure we do points changes first and then go through the other stuff. Hey, thanks for the membership. Nathan Ostby 7182. Appreciate you, bud. And I guess we could just like rock down the line. Somehow Celestian Sacrosancts were nerfed. Okay, for Adeptus Sororitas. Sisters, not exactly the faction I would expect to see. Nerfs. Fascinating. I don't know what's going on there, but okay. Imagifier went down. Hospitaller went down on even their standard and multiple sizes. Immolators also got a little bit of a points cut. Interesting. I think that I saw a lot of discourse about the Immolator weapon profile. And I think they're two of the multi-builds that cost 15 points, which I think a lot of people consider to be probably too many points. And I do wonder if we could, see more of a role for that unit if we dropped that a little bit. So it's able to fulfill its anti-tank role a little bit more easily. I don't know. Just food for thought. Intransient Fray went down. Morphinball went up. Okay, sisters. Sure. Morphinball, if you want to nerf sisters, the most concrete way to do it is nerf Morphinball. I guess, like in reality, most of the other stuff inside this this army did get cuts. I guess except for Sacrosancts, which is bizarre. So it's you should theoretically come out ahead. I think in most cases, but it is weird because Morphinball is like the glue that holds this entire faction together. Otherwise, they sort of fall apart. Sororitas Rhinos apparently got a cut unless you take 4 of them. I don't know if anybody takes 4 Rhinos, so it's weird to hit that. I don't know. As a guard player, you have high hopes. Go guard at A tier though. They'll probably be nerfed, if anything. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, chat? Penitent Host got some cost reductions on its enhancements, but other than that, pretty standard stuff. I guess like most armies had 1-ish unit of the jump infantry, so they probably gained 15 points, lost that in Morphinball's cost, and then maybe got 20 points off for Immolators, 10 points for Hospitallers. They also were taking units, generally speaking, so I guess they went down like 30 in total. Occasionally you saw Intransia armies as well. So like, Novitiates went down, but Novitiates have kind of been overshadowed by Incendiants. So I don't know necessarily if, the Sister Novitiate points value is like massively impactful. But I guess I dropped like 40-ish points in a lot of builds, which I don't know if necessarily was what the faction needed. We'll see. I do wonder if Scott Ketchum actually just like hosed. Oops, I closed my video. Actually, just hosed the faction's chance of being buffs because he did so well at Tacoma. With a really cool list, by the way, like a mass infantry, basically, like a lot of specialist infantry units, its sisters, with a lot of individual characters running around. Pretty funny. I don't know if that's the case, obviously, but it could have been. Custodes, Alea got a points cut. That's cool. And Anathemas got a Rhino also down. I guess I guess because they printed without the dedicated transport restriction, and they're adding it back in this update, right? Oh, this is there we go. They're adding it back in this update. So I wonder if they're sort of assuming that this is a little bit of a what's the word? Like a nerf, right? So that they do get a points cost reduction. It is fascinating to have Rhinos get points cost reduced, because that unit has been like one of the low-key strongest datasheets of the entire game for a really long time. They are not as hard to kill as they were in last edition, though, so that's a big thing. Custodian Wardens go down. They're largely overshadowed by Shield Guard right now, or by, just a Custodian Guard right now, so not too surprising. It turns out wound rerolls generally very good, so people take those over the other stuff. Venatari Custodians going down is fascinating. Those do see a lot of play inside Shield Host explicitly. So getting what ends up being, I guess, like a 3-point or 4-point model per model reduction is kind of big. Admata Mortis up to 30. Yeah, that is consistent with a lot of the sort of multi-stat melee buffs. If you have a melee buff and it's not either like essentially built into the oh, actually I didn't notice this, chat. Venator actually did go up. I didn't notice that their war gear options had changed. So it's minus 3 points per model, but plus 5 points per lance. So you actually net minus 5 points per unit, essentially, if you take lances. Because the kinetic destroyer profile is like kind of a joke. The gun's like super mediocre. And the melee's really not very good. You take them because they have like this pretty strong +1 to wound melee profile. So that is actually a little bit of a change. So they did actually overall get nerfed. Star Custodians did not get buffed. Fair enough. But typically, if you have a melee buff that improves more than one of your stats, or is not like a key part of your detachment design, then it ends up being 30 points. Admata Mortis was like weirdly cheap. I think that they're like we had discussions about it last edition where it was like maybe for cost probably one of the best enhancements of the game. So going up to 30, I guess, isn't that like shocking, to be fair. From the Hall of Armories for Shield Host went up. What's up, Nurgle Man?
Nurgle Matthew donated $7.77 through Super Chat. Literally keyword great guy. Go, Tortoise team, turtle emoji, green heart emoji.
Thanks, Nurgle Man. Appreciate you, bud. Is it 777 for Nurgle's number? Dude. Fair enough. That's thanks for the super chat. Now it's nice to see you in chat. From the Hall of Armories, host one strengthened damage also went up. I think we are realizing that the Custodes combat character is extremely strong right now, especially with how they operate with the new like sort of hidden mechanics and stuff like that. So pretty stranded stuff for Adeptus Custodes. Why do I keep doing this? I'm very bad at this, chat. Basically side grades in most cases, I guess. Like we did get a very, very, very minor nerf, but it's able to be offset in other places. Iron Strider Ballistari went up if you take 3 models. So the first 2 are 80 points or 95 on your third unit. I guess they're weird on the third unit. The first unit is 80 points for the first 2, and then 90 points for the third one, because you can focus your buffs, more easily, right? When you have things like Thulia Gold or powerful stratagems, you can use them on more Iron Striders, which is where the benefit comes from. It's also more difficult to kill the entire unit, which means that they can hold territory better. And for a unit that's kind of as awkward to kill as Iron Strider Ballistari, that actually makes sense. Whereas in some cases, you're just like reducing your total army footprint by taking multiple units, or taking a single unit instead of multiple. For units like that, I think the single units tends to be pretty strong. If you take the third unit, it's 95 for the first one, 80 for the second one, and then back to 90 for the third one. That's weird. Astarii Exterminators went down 10 points. They want you to play Eradication Cohort really bad. Cataphrone Breachers went down for the 6 model unit. Seems fine. Cataphrone Destroyers went down for the 6 model unit. Cerberus Raiders went down for the 6 model unit because you never take the big units of those guys typically. Although Cerberus Sulphur Hounds going down to 100 points for 6 is actually kind of an interesting points value. I think you could get use out of Sulphur Hounds at the larger points size. They're mortal wound applicators, right? Oh no, they lost that. Oh, this is a combat patrol thing I'm looking at. I was like, hold up, what the fuck is this data sheet? Yeah. I guess the tough part is because it's like start of flight phase, or it's after you end a charge move and it's before you pile. The mortal wound is difficult to apply with big bases, so maybe that's part of the issue. But it is like on average 3 or so mortal wounds. Potentially more, 5 or 6 mortal wounds if you can get the whole unit in and get the battle line payoff. Plus, they have good shooting. They're like a solid Overwatch threat. 100 points for a 6-man actually feels kind of good. I guess the shooting's not that great. I know they do have a lot of Torrent, but the Torrent's kind of mid, so I guess it's not that exciting for shooting. They're mostly this Mortal Wound Applicator with like a little bit of funny melee. I've seen some armies that use them as like kind of... I don't know what the word would be if you build your army around doing chip damage to people, but that's like very common in some Admech builds and also like Aeldari, where you just have like lots of individual applicators for damage. And that was pretty common last edition, where you would take like a Sisari Hunter cohort and you would bring like a bunch of little individual Taranxi squads. So you had like sterilizers that were a bunch of like AP1 full reroll torrent attacks. You had the Sulphur Hounds that could do impact. You had Skystalkers that could do like grenade. You had Kyria Draxus that would like put devastating wounds into people with fire support. And so the army itself didn't have any like particularly big damage dealers, but over the course of the entire turn, it would actually eventually kill you because it was just doing so many chips of mortal wound and like little amounts of damage. Cerberus Sulphur Hounds were good in that build. And for what do we end up being? Like 16 points per model, 16 and a half or so. That's actually, I don't know. That's certainly something. Is it good? I'm not sure, but it's interesting. Skitarii Vanguard did go down. They're kind of massively overshadowed by Rangers. They're sort of hilariously overshadowed by Rangers. Like, Skitarii Vanguard's damage is better, but Rangers have OBSEC and Scout. So, in the comparison between the two, if you're just looking for battle line payoffs, you're like, why are we bringing these things? Especially because they were more expensive. So, I guess that's good. I do wonder... You probably just take whichever version is cheaper, right? But I guess like higher damage is and versus higher utility is an actual trade-off versus like the Skitarii Vanguard randomly being 5 points more for not really any reason. Scorpius Dune Rider is down naturally. They really are pushing dedicated transports. Holy shit. Scorpius Dune Rider unironically very strong, so I guess that's pretty good. It's up if you take 4 or more, which is okay. I don't think we're in danger of being spammed by Scorpius Dune Riders, to be perfectly honest, chat. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if the Scorpius Dune Rider is the unit I would be worrying about. Aeldari, a sea of green for Aeldari. Thank goodness. We can stop suffering for the sins of the start of 10th edition. Autarchs down by 10. Corsair Sky Reefers down by 5 for the 5 model unit. Just 1 point per model, which is great. They still feel a little expensive, but I guess the Sky Reavers, I guess specifically, are like extremely good top of 1. Requisition thresholds removed. Curious about what that means, but I guess we'll probably take a look once we see the faction pack. Avatar of Cain's down 15. Corsair Voidsguard down 2 points per model. Yeah, this was crazy. These guys were 16 points per model for like a 1 wound elf infantry. Which is like, yeah, okay. Like this, like strength 4 in melee little goober. Like they got 2 blasters in their army or whatever, but not exactly what I would say a deal. For Farseer Skyrunners down, regular Farseers down, Stonks up for Seer Council. Shining Spears are down as well. Shroud Runners are down for the smaller units. The big units, obviously, still incredibly powerful because you can apply big strats to them. And they can actually do some serious damage. So I don't think you want to discount those too much, but the little units are down for utility purposes. Swooping Hawks also down for 5 model units rather than the 10, because the 10 can do a lot of mortal wounds. The 5 model units, you really want to be kind of inexpensive. Wave Serpents down 10 because of all of the dedicated transport stuff, apparently. Warp Spiders down 10. But if you take if you take 3, their 10 model version is more expensive. Huh. Okay. I guess it's probably cheaper in the comparison, right? This is 15 points more. Or this would be 105, so it's like 90 points more, I guess, for the other 5. They're like 18 instead of 21. Or 19 instead of 21, I guess. And these guys are 22 instead of 26 or 25. Huh. That feels strange. I don't know why that breakdown feels so weird, but I don't know if you're going to take a 10 model unit of Warp Spiders as your 3rd unit, so I don't know if I've ever seen anyone take a 10 model unit of Warp Spiders this whole edition. Last edition, when you could Phantasm them, maybe. This edition, I don't know, man. Warlock Skyrunners up by 10. Probably not too surprising. Wind Riders went up on the 6 model units, which is a little bit disappointing. I guess they're a little bit worried that the Wind Rider host detachment becomes good, which I would kind of want to become good, right? And I think that's like the most playable archetype that Eldar have outside of this. Wraith Knights down by 25 to 30 based on the variety. That's fine. Harlequins, Deathchester, Shadowseer, and Skyweavers all went down. Skyweavers going down is kind of a big deal. Starweavers also down by 10. Jesus. Ynnari Raiders down. Ynnari Venoms down. Yeah. I mean, at the baseline, a lot of the builds that we're seeing are like either Eldritch Raider builds that are playing both the Avatar Arcane and Corsair Voids Guard. Or they are Seer Council builds. But I guess the Seer Council did get hit a little bit by the change to Warlock Skyrunners because they always took that in triplicate. So these guys going up by 10 points actually cuts your army quite a bit. But I think you gain a lot of it back through just like the little incidental changes to other stuff. I guess it is a lot of changes, but it's not all like 100% positive. That Eldritch Raider list that Reese Robbins played at Tacoma, though, does feel like it would probably be good. It's just kind of sweet. They're pointed like that because the order in which you take 5 model unit changes the points on the list. Yeah, for sure. If your 3rd unit is more expensive than your other 2, then you always take the 3rd unit first. If your larger unit is more expensive in the 3rd slot, you always take the smaller units first. So if you're taking like 5, 5, 10, you should put the 10 model unit first in your army builder. Which is like, I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily an interaction I super love, but I don't know how you stop it without locking unit sizes, which is obviously like not ideal what they want to do. Always take the max size squads whenever you can. Interesting. I hope I would love to know your feelings about the blast keyword. Let's grab Astra Militarum. Oh, both the 5 to 10 models are plus 20. Okay, it makes more sense. No, you're totally right because it's 125 versus 220 off of a 105 or 200 point unit. Yeah, no, you're totally right. That's correct. So that it actually doesn't matter which order you take. You're just taking a 20 point tax for taking the 3rd squad. Look at all these changes to guard super heavies. Finally, where they're playable. 20 and 35 points down for every guard super heavy. Is that right? Baneblade, Banehammer, Bane Sword, Doomhammer. Shadow Sword, I guess. Oh yeah, Stormlord, Shadow Sword, Storm Sword, all got cuts. Okay, well, fair enough, I guess. Cadian's Command Squad went down by 5. Commissar Yarick went down by 10. Chimera went down by 10. Centaur RSV went down by 10. Also, I believe that they are, and not that it matters for these guys, but for the Toroks, which is later, I believe that they're codifying the combat disembarkation rules, which allows the Toroks to be actually functional. Because rules is written in the current state of the disembarkation rules, if you read the core rules, when a Toroks advances and then goes to do its advance and disembark, it disembarks and battle shocks its occupants. It's fucking terrible. Because it uses the combat disembark mechanic rather than the tactical disembark, which is stupid. I think clearly unintended, and I believe they did change that in the Tacoma FAQ, and I believe that they're codifying that in this FAQ as well for everyone else. Hellhammer, the super heavy, Krieg combat squad or Krieg command squads, went down by 5. Kazarkin went down by 10. That's a big change. Getting Kazarkin back on the table is going to be big for early game aggression inside these Astra Militarum armies because they're very good at skirmishing inside of a Toroks or a Chimera. Lehman Russ Commanders went down. Lehman Russ Demolishers went down. Militarum Tempestus Command Squads went up if you take 3, which I guess is occasionally something that happens. But I don't know how often you take all 3 of them. I say 2 oftentimes. Did it go up, actually? Or did they add the third unit cost? Maybe they added that. I actually don't know. Because it doesn't say up or down. It must be new. Tempestus Aquilons went down. They are kind of overshadowed by the regular Tempestus Scion squads currently. But then the regular Tempestus Scion squads did get a points cut. That's awesome. Those things were already things being taken in a lot of cases, so. Combined Arms got a detachment point reduction. Oh, fuck. Is that good? Hold up. It went from 3 to 2 detachment points. I didn't know that was on the table. Hot diggity damn. Actually, I mean, we talked about it quite a bit for stuff like Green Tide. You can combo that with Designation Force. I guess you don't get like the cool, weird, like skirmishy stratagems you would get if you were playing Siege Regiment in that combination, like Tucker Ricky did. Oh, come on, you goober. This is the one that gives you army-wide lethal hits based on your target. We can ping orders between regiment and squadron. We can reinforce our infantry. This is a baller 2 detachment point detachment, right? Like army-wide lethal hits for 2 is crazy. Plus, you get reinforcements on like Tempestus Scion squads. Can you take it with? Is it good with Bridgehead? Hold up. Does this have a tag? No. So you could still take this and the transport detachment, right? Mechanized assault. Also, mechanized assault gained the recon force disposition. I'm now realizing that's interesting. It looks like Esmeralda have like massive access to reconnaissance, which is fascinating. I do wonder, it would be interesting to do a breakdown of the like each faction's access to different force dispositions. Just like, you know, to know, I guess. Obviously they could change. Is there like a combo there? Is that Wombo combo? E? Can get strength and AP. Can gain ignore cover. I guess it's fine. I wish it would save my place, though, so I don't have to look up Combined Regiment again. Combined Regiment was what it was called in the index. I'm sorry, chat. Interesting. Bridgehead has priority assets as its force disposition. I do wonder if we can, like, if there are strong combos with it, and we have a bunch of points cost reductions for Tempest to Scions. I guess it's not that many points cost reductions. If you're taking 3 squads of them, it actually ends up breaking even, I think. But their transports all went down. So maybe the mechanized assault, like Wombo, is back on the table, and priority assets is like incredibly consistent as a force disposition. Especially, it's consistent as a force disposition that doesn't necessarily want to push across the middle of the table. It's kind of like take and hold, but easier, right? It's like take and hold, but you only have to take one objective. And then you have to do actions? Oh no, who's good at doing actions, chat? Is it the army with like a billion like little 10 model high OC units they can do actions with? Maybe. So, that's interesting. Never do actions. Just forget about them. This is very interesting. I think this detachment feels very strong as a 2-pointer. I think that opens up a lot more interesting builds. Especially interesting builds that can maybe access like some of the ignore cover stuff in the army and play the killy infantry in addition to all the tanks, because like the whole idea, right, is that combined arms shares focus between tanks and infantry. And then lethal hits just like generally is great. So I don't know. I think that is interesting and cool. I like that they're playing with detachment points, though. I think that's very sweet. Astra Militarum, good on you. Black Templars. Master changes right before WTC. Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, we'll see how it is. Chaplain Grimaldus went down by 10. Crusade Ancients went down by 5. Emperor's Champion went down by 10. High Master Hellbrecht went down by 10. Execrator went down by 10. Jesus, Execrator's 50 points, bro. You put support on this man's datasheet and Black Templars are saved. As a faction, immediately good. Impulsors went down by 10. But unless you take 4 of them, which you're not going to anyway, so this change is like such a nothing burger. 4 is so crazy. What is this, fucking 8th edition where we're taking 100 transports because they're like 30 points? No, dude. There was legitimately a list. It was called the Iron Wall, and you played Iron Hands, and you took nothing but impulsors with force fields, and you basically just like physically prevented your opponent from leaving their deployment zone because impulsors were so cheap. I'm glad we're not in those ages anymore. Repulsor executioners did go up, so I think a lot of these points changes are going to get that's going to offset a lot of the point changes. Heavy Leadership Destroyers also up. Although, to be fair, I do think the Plasma Cannon actually not that bad. Plasma Cannon probably okay in the universe where everyone's taking Terminators for days for some reason. So the big Plasma Destroyers actually, I think, like definitely serviceable as a weapon if you wanted to play it. No longer would I look at you askance because you have the funny plasma gun instead of the Chad laser gun. Because there's so many heavy infantry bricks like running around right now that this thing being able to kill half of them in one shot is like awesome. Aggressor Squad went down by 10. Neato. Drop Pod went down by 10. We need to like rewrite this thing's data sheet too, by the way, because it actually doesn't. I don't think it does anything right now. Heavy Bolter Eradicator Squad went up by 10. Really? Somebody pointed this out to me this morning, but Inceptor squads don't seem to be able to play 6 anymore, which is actually kind of a big change. That's explicitly to harm Mark Hurdle. Somebody said, Mark Hurdle, you keep getting away with this. And they nerfed his Inceptor squad. Inferno squad went up by 10 if you take a 10 model unit, which is a little bit interesting. Landspeeder went up by 10, which is definitely viable. Every single army had at least 2 of these fucking things. Combi Weapon Lieutenant went up again. Get wrecked. Razorback went down, goated. Rhino went down. Storm speeders went up. Suppressor squads went up. What the fuck? That one guy XO'd an event with 3 suppressor squads. Immediate nerf. That's so fucking funny. All right, weird. Vanguard veterans and jump packs went up, but they're getting a new datasheet anyway, right? So like we don't even know what they're supposed to do. Looks like a couple of random detachment upgrades changed. The Flesh's weak went up and Ironstorm Spearhead, weird. Ironstorm Spearhead moved from Purge the Foe to Take and Hold. That's a big deal. Gladius Task Force went up on Artificer Armor. Okay. Strange. Sometimes you take Plasma Cannon, the Repulsor Executioner because the Laser Destroyer got bent. That's fair. Otherwise, like, how would like the laser refracting array work if it got bent? I bet it would just blow itself up. It's safer to just replace the weapon system. Vengeful Hosts, Avenging Angel and Orksbane. Vengeful Hosts. Which one is that one, Chant? There's too many detachments. I don't know all of them. When Adeptus starts fly infantry, make an ingress or charge move. The unit's attacks roll hit rolls of 1. What the fuck is this detachment? Have I never seen this before? Fly infantry made a charge move. Selected attack. You get +1 strength. No fear. And it's battle shocked. Purge by sectors. End of the fight phase, you move D3 +3. They have overrun? What? Is this new today? Did this just get added in the perfection pack?
Adriong 6931 donated $2 through Super Chat. It's the new one, DP.
Huh. From last week. Weird. I don't even know. I've never seen this before. I have no idea what this is. They have we got an old school relic weapon that replaces your current profile. 4 attacks, 2+ weapon skill, strength 8, AP2, 3 damage, cleave 2. Actually, probably. I mean, I guess it's okay. It's like a 3 damage power fist, but it's only 4 attacks instead of 5. Yeah, cleave is fun. Interesting. I didn't see any of that shit. Well, there you go, I guess. Yeah, it replaces the weapon you attack with, right? But like, are you gonna attack with your like normal relic chainsword or whatever? Maybe in some cases, but it doesn't give you an additional weapon to swing. But it's been a long time since we've had relics that add a weapon profile to your profile, rather than simply improve the existing profile that you have.
Adriong 6931 donated $2 through Super Chat. That weapon hosted on Jump Chaplain.
I guess that's good. I mean, it's better than the Crucius Arcanum, which is like kind of a bit of a nothing burger of a profile. You trade an attack, but you get like AP and strength, and damage, which I guess is good. So if that under that consideration, it's like slightly worse than like an Abada Mortis or something. But obviously you get it for 20 instead of 30, so makes sense. Yeah, it's only for flying guys. That does restrict it quite a bit. You can't like wombo it with Finest Hour or something. But you can put it on there are Death Company captains, right? So you can put it on those guys if you wanted to. You get extra attacks. Not on that weapon. I don't believe the jump pack chaplains don't have extra attacks, right? No, they don't. No extra attacks. Chat. They're just a guy. So you're only ever swinging with one weapon. This is always really funny on this profile Because like he had two weapons, the model had two weapons, but it was just like so you could choose a slightly better one if your opponent, if your like target had a 6-up save or something, you could choose the Trozius. So I don't know. Interesting. That's an interesting thing. I am I guess of. I like the current system where you can take your existing weapon instead of like making a bespoke weapon replacement for it, like they used to do back in the day, where it's like in order to take the Teeth of Terra, you had to have a chainsword, and it improved your chainsword profile. This feels a little bit more like that than the current version, which is like improve the profile of any weapon, which is like more restrictive, obviously, and then explicitly good on very specific units. Like that's only going to be good on units that have a profile that is improved by like a low attack, high damage weapon. If your jumpy boy already has 1,000,000 attacks with 2 damage, you're not going to take that anyway. Talking about Blood Angels, aggressor squads went down. Drop pounds went down. A bunch of stuff we just talked about with Black Templars, Inceptor squads. They can still take 6 for some reason. That's weird. Curious. But their Inceptor squads are up. I guess it's like because they are the jump pack faction, maybe they retain access to the big Inceptor squads. I don't know. Landspeeder's up. Librarians up. Is this their solve to Librarius Conclave? They just give a 10-point tax to Librarians? I don't know if that's it. I don't know if that's what we got going on. I do think maybe we need to take the enhancements and consider them a little bit too. Starguard veterans, they get a points cost increase as well, which is good, but it's only 10 points. It's 1 point per model on the 10-man units, which is like... We got as much of a points cost increase on suppressors as we did on Sternguard veterans, so... What are we doing here, guys? This is... I don't know, man. Some random stuff changed. Iron Spearhead Force disposition changed. Yeah. Not very much for Blood Angels. Blood Angles. I do wonder. I mean, I'm not a Blood Angels player, so maybe I'm like silly. But I do wonder if Blood Angels like are being... I don't know. It feels like there should be playability, like playable stuff there, and I don't know if people have like really unlocked it yet. But maybe I'm just toxically optimistic. Is there anything stopping Sternguard veterans from taking jump packs? The rules? I don't know. The fact that they don't have jump packs, I guess, is probably the thing. Jumpy gun units is always something I thought was cool, but I don't know if that's necessarily the the problem is that like you don't want to just be like spamming 1,000,000 unit profiles in Space Marines. They already have so many that it's kind of like weird that way. So Chaos Demons we're in now. Blood Crusher's up by 10 on the 6 model units, and then if you take 3, they're up by 10 as well. Beasts of Nurgle up by 5. Unless you take 2, and then they're the same cost, which is fun. Flux Masters are down. Sweet. Kairos Fate Weaver's up. Lords of Change are up. Ooh, by 20 points per model. Yikes. 65 on Scintillating Legion. Potentially 75 immediately if you take the 4 birds. Shalaxi Hellbane's down because their profile is awkward and bad. We need to go back to biblically accurate Shalaxi Hellbane where she kills the fucking universe and cannot be destroyed. Because I miss her. I miss Shalaxi Hellbane being a literal embodiment of the god of excess on the battlefield, where the excess was an excessive amount of damage dealt to your opponent's models. And she would one-shot knights and stuff. That was cool. I miss it. I just want to take my 500-point demon lady and stomp on people. Scintillating Legion looks like I got slight points rebalancing. Infernal Puppeteer went down somehow. Okay. Inescapable Eye and Everblade both went up. Improbable Shield did not change. This is the one I expected to go up because it's so specifically damaging to certain army archetypes, but it did not change. which is interesting. But so like you go up by 5 points generally on your enhancements, but otherwise you get absolutely fucking dumpstered on unit costs. Yeah. So we streamed a list last night. It was a very interesting and close game, and ended up just being off of like basically 2 extremely close activations where Lords of Change died exactly. It went one way or the other. If either of those Lords of Change won, I think that the demon player wins, and they both died exactly to the point. And it is unfortunate, I guess, that build, it goes up by like 100 points, I think, in this. Oof. Is Shalaxia he or she or neither? I guess technically neither. I think they're a they. I have a Shalaxia that I kit bashed out of like Tyranid parts and like a big like dark elf like statuette. So mine was a lady. But I think that all the keepers are probably gender fluid. Chaos Knights are next. See if they can get a little bit better here. War Dog Huntsman went down by 5. This is the worst performing faction, right? Like below Imperial Agents. They changed Lords of Dread to the Take and Hold disposition. I guess they added a bunch of priority assets. Maybe the hope is that priority assets is like a more natural fit for knight armies. But they changed 2 War Dog Points values by 5. Well, somebody was like, I think somebody was like, I play Chaos Knights and I'm excited for like Chaos Knights to go down by like my Knight Tyrant to go down by 5 and then for them to call it a day. Bro, you didn't even get the Knight Tyrant discounted. What the fuck? Okay. Well, RIP, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, you might get 15 points off. You might be able to afford 1 additional enhancement in this army if you take 3 War Dogs. But you're also like your Beast of Nurgle went up, so I don't even know if you get that. I think you might be a side grade. That's embarrassing. I don't know about that, chat. I don't know. Unless they have mechanical changes inside the faction packs we don't know about. Chaos Knights or Chaos Space Marines, excuse me. Chaos Space Marines over here with Abaddon going up, Predator Destructors going up. I mean, Chaos Space Marines I think, deserve to get absolutely fucking lambasted. Below Orks, they were probably one of, if not the highest performing faction, generally speaking, over the course. So I am not. My heart does not bleed for the Chaos Space Marine players. Abaddon up, Chosen up, Rhino down. Let's go. Jump Pack Chaos Lord down, Terminator Squad down. So okay, that's interesting. This is a good unit. All the Predators went up. Dark Communes went up. If you take 3, it's interesting. Defilers went up by 10, and additional 5 for each weapon option. 5 per Reaper autocannon and Hades Last Cannon. I don't know. I guess it's like the especially for Chaos Space Marines, the different weapon options in the Defiler do feel more commensurate than other factions. It's also important to note that it's only 10 points up if it's the first Defiler, so it only gets really nuked if you're spamming them really hard. Huron Blackheart up 10, Masters of the Maelstrom up 10. So the entire Chosen brick went up by 30, which doesn't feel enough. I think it's still playable, but I don't know. I guess like the point isn't to remove it from playability, in fairness. The Corsair Reeve Captain went down. That guy might actually be sick by himself, right? I think we talked about using him by himself because he's like a little tiny infiltrator. And his like profile's not that bad, right? He has like, I don't even remember exactly what he did. The Red Corsair Reeve Captain is, he has 5 attacks, 5/2/2, and he gets +1 strength and AP on himself. So he goes to 6/3/2. And he can reroll charges targeting enemies on objectives. Yeah, if you can buff him at all, right? He should kill 5, like idiots on an objective. If you can give him like enhanced criticals or +1 to wound or something, it's kind of tight, I guess, because his profile's a little bit like if he was 6 attacks, he would feel much more reasonable. But there's like a lot of failure modes, I guess, in most situations. If he's trying to kill 5 enemy models, like 5 2-wound models, like scouts or something. But assuming he doesn't roll a bunch of 1s, he might be able to kill them in one go. And for only 60 points, it's not terrible. But I guess he's like, he's just competing with like legionnaires, which is like, I don't know. I guess maybe it's not that exciting. His abilities are just not that great. I think if this effect hit also the reverse in the unit, he would be very good. But the problem, he would be good as an attachment. But the problem is that because he buffs only himself, and literally none of his like buffs are particularly synergistic with the rest of his unit anyway, there's not really a reason that you would take him with the unit. And his weapon profiles, I don't think are quite good enough to maybe justify him by himself. He needs +1 attack. If that was 6 attacks, you'd feel pretty awesome. 6 attacks, sustained hits, hitting on 2s, and he's like 6-3-2 into stuff. So he has a little bit more leeway if he misses an attack or something. I think that would be pretty sweet. If you take 6 tactical marine squads, I mean you have 12 5-man blocks running around. It does. I played that list for a while actually in 10th edition. It was very fun. Was it good? Not really, but was it fun as fuck? Yes. Towards the end of the game, your opponent's like, oh my god, how many more fucking tactical marines do you have? And you're like, I can never run out. And you just like rapid ingressing them in their backline and they're running to their home objective. They don't do anything. They're like 5 guys with regular bolters. But there are a billion of them. And then you get all the damage out of like I was playing salamanders, so it was like melta-guns and flamers, so like equipped units and stuff. Yeah, the like actual combat squad that's like sergeant special heavy weapon, then they dump out of a racerback. They actually do some pretty solid damage. They're not crazy, but it's okay. Or you can play like gunboat rhinos, where you put 2 multi-meltas into the rhino, and the rhino rocks up, and you just fire 2 multi-meltas into somebody with oath. It wasn't bad. The 12 tactical marine list is very funny. Never enough tacticals. Never ever. If you could, I think that was in the stage where you could advance into actions if you had assault. So because you're playing Firestorm Assault Force, your entire army could advance in action, and that's I think what made it work. I think that nowadays it might be okay because there's less like typical actions you have to do on a per turn basis, but you couldn't play it in Purge. You have to find somewhere else to play it. But the ability to advance in action on like 6 5-man idiot units you don't care about was incredible because they were just running everywhere and completing every single action. It was very good. We got a couple of points decreases. Mutilators went down 5 points per model. Nemesis Claw down 10 for the 5 model unit. There's like something funny because I think you can take Cabal of Chaos and it lets you heal Psyker units, which means your Nemesis Claw can regenerate your guys back because the Psychic Scream guy is a Psyker keyworded. So I think that there is like a potential that Nemesis Claw is not too bad. It helps you in melee mirrors like quite a bit. So I think that there's probably a universe where Nemesis Claw gets pretty good. Vash for the Arcaphane goes up. Venom Crawlers go up. Soulforge Warpack had its force disposition changed to take and hold. Okay. Dude, Purge the Foe's been like rinsed. Fucking how every faction's like access to 1 Purge the Foe. Oh my god. I think they're just like everyone's taking too much of this. But it's the priority assets game now. Purge the Foe was not the force disposition I was worried about. I was interested to see how well it would do, but after the first couple weeks of results, I think we've seen that priority assets is probably way too consistent. For whatever reason, most of the priority assets missions are just do an action on your half of the table and score 6 points or something. So if you do that for 5 turns, you get 36, and all you have to do is like score your end of game. Which means it's like this do nothing. You just fucking hang out for a while and then you score it over the course and your opponent has to like bend over backwards to try to beat you. I don't know. And then just seeing this wall of yellow here is a little bit disconcerting. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, I don't feel bad for Chaos Space Marine players. I'll say that, I think. I got a comment the other day. It was somebody who was like, I don't understand how Fellhammer Siege Host wins. I was like, bro, we'll watch some games. We have a game scheduled on Sunday with Fellhammer Siege Host, which I'm excited to take a look at. I'm sad to report that Titan Legions did not get any entries. RIP. They remain unchanged. Justice for Titan Legions, which I think are currently unplayable, because if you play them as your primary army and not as an ally, then you don't have a force disposition, which I think breaks the whole game, which is something that they've just like never discussed, which is weird. All right, well, I'm a little bit worried because I just clicked on Dark Angels chat and I see a lot of green, which I don't know if you've all been paying attention, but Dark Angels are very good. Very extremely good. With just the amount of results they've been putting up with both Deathwing and Ravenwing builds. This is kind of wild. I don't know where these changes are coming from. Ravenwing Command Squad's down, a unit that you often take in triplicate if you're playing Company of Hunters builds. Lionel Johnson down, a unit you take in almost every list. Inner Circle Companions down, a unit you take if you take any of the Inner Circle detachments, right? And there's an Inner Circle Liberius Conclave detachment that's extremely strong. This is fucking crazy. What? Samuel down, again, if you take Company of Hunters, he's a Windmill Slam. So a Company of Hunters build, like one of which 6-0'd last weekend, right? This has gone down like 50 points. What the fuck? Did the Vengeance get cranked? Or just clocked up the head? Up by 10. So it offsets with Landspeeder Vengeance changes, but you're still netting like plus 30 points. What the fuck? This is crazy. I guess Landspeeders went up. So I guess most of your armies are down only very slightly because of the changes to Landspeeders. So like if you have mostly said between 5 and 6 Landspeeders between Vengeances and standard Landspeeders, which means you're down 50, or your list goes up by 50 and then probably offsets it with the other Dark Angel specific stuff. So I guess on the whole, it's like uneven, Steven. But it's kind of wild that
Beyond 6,931 donated $2 through
things.
Super Chat. The call is coming from inside the rock.
Local Dark Angel chat says everything is doomed, bro. Get over yourself. I played against Dark Angels the other day, running Librarius, but not even like any of the like Fusillade combos or anything. And it was like, this is very strong. I played like a dork. I just played the worst game of 40k I ever played in my life. I made every decision incorrectly, and my opponent played great. But I was like, this is very good. And my opponent, he was like explicitly like, I'm not taking Fusillade because I think it's gonna get nerfed. And I was like, fair enough, dude. And even that list was looking pretty good. And that list went down by a ton. It wasn't even running Vengeances. It was just running bunches of Inner Circle Companions and Lionel Johnson. Dude, this is crazy. What? If anything, I would expect Dark Angels to go up in points, but they, generally speaking, netted points back. Wild. Okay. Interesting. Am I saying that dorks make every decision wrong? I am. Dorks should be ashamed of themselves. I've internalized anti-dork rhetoric as a self-appointed dork. I recognize our failings as a community. How good Dark Angels are, they refuse to touch Belial. I know. I want somebody to play Belial. Like somebody, this is a quest for the community. Assuming that they didn't change the critical precision thing. Here's a fun quest. Go to GW Open and play Belial, and then argue vitriolically that when you critical with one attack, because precision changes the allocation groups for the entire attack sequence, that you get to kill their character for free. Just roll 1/6 on one Stormbolter shot and make Belial kill their entire army, like their entire character. He just shoots Voltus out of their unit or whatever. I want that to happen so bad. James Workshop's made Dark Angels. I know. It used to be Necrons. Necrons used to get that treatment. Now it's Dark Angels? I don't get it, chat. Although, to be fair, they've been much more even-handed with Necrons more lately, but for a while, it was pretty interesting. Necrons have a great win rate and then end up going down in points. Death Shroud Terminators down if you take big units. Defiler up. Poopy. Up by 20, I think it looks like baseline. Mortarion down by 10. Plague Marines down by 10 if you take the big units. And that's it. All right. Very small changes. Death Shroud Terminators probably isn't a real change because you very rarely take 6 of them. But Mortarion going down and Plague Marines going down, I think largely offset the Defiler changes, plus the Rhino. Oh, excuse me, chat. I apologize. Normally I would mute myself, but that was a quick one. Woo! Oh boy. Man, that cleared me out. Wow. I feel great now. Do I shape my beard? Not explicitly, but I do. I guess I do. I trim it in specific ways, but I don't use any like beard oils or anything to shape it. Thank you for the kind words, though, Chip. Let's go to Deathwatch. Okay, well, we can move on, I guess. They just got normal Space Marine changes. Cool. So it saves us the time. No changes to actual Deathwatch units, so fair enough. Drukhari. Raider down by 10, Venom down by 5. Dude, they're pushing dedicated transport so fucking hard. I don't get it. It's not like dedicated transports are bad. So Drukhari just like strictly got like way better. Because dedicated transports are strong. They very rarely take more than 4 of any one of them. They typically have like 4 to 5 total transports, but it's combined between Raiders and Venoms. Which means most of their lists went down like between 25 and 40 points for no reason. They just get an extra unit for free. I guess. Drukhari seem really good. I just don't think many people play them. Emperor's Children probably excited about this Rhino change. Dude, Rhinos are so cheap. I don't want to go back to the before 4 times of everyone having a million dedicated transports. It sucks. Sorcerer's down, Lucius down, Fulgrim down, Malarfiend down, Shalaxi down. A lot of builds take at least 1 Malarfiend. A lot of builds take at least 2 Rhinos. Some builds have Lucius and or Fulgrim. So Emperor's Children netted like 50 points back. I guess between 30 and 50 is the typical. Oh, but their Defilers all went up. Yeah. So if you're a Defiler build, that offsets immediately if you have at least 1 Defiler. And if you have 2, it gets crazy. All right. Fair enough. I think that they're trying to push Defilers into a centerpiece role where you take 0 to 1. Which it feels okay. Like, I'm okay with 0 to 1 Defilers being strong. It's definitely the times where you take like 3 of them and your opponent can't answer the profile and get killed is really problematic. So, as a general, I guess, what's the word? Philosophy that makes a ton of sense. There's more Rhino transport miniatures than there are actual Rhinos alive in the world. Almost certainly. I bet that graph crested in like 1998. Can we see? I want to see a chart of the of all like of the Rhino populations. Can we find that on Google? All right, here we go. African rhino population. In 73, oh my god, fucking holy shit. They went from 40,000 to 2,000 in the course of 22 years. That's crazy. I actually did not know it was that stark. And then white rhinos. I think white rhinos got domesticated, right? So that they got in South Africa, so that they sort of recouped. So when did the original rhino miniature come out? Like the little tiny one from Rogue Trader. The Lexicanum says 88. So if we look on the graph, 88 would have been here. So on the year of release, there were about 5,000 rhinos in Africa, which meant that if on the year of release they printed 5,000 rhino kits, then rhinos already outnumbered actual rhinos. I bet it took them 3 years to reach that point. So I bet that by 91, there were more rhinos and more rhino miniatures in the world than there were actual rhinos. That's fucking wild. I did not know. I knew rhinos were in a bad spot. I didn't know it was that bad. I didn't know there were 5,000 of them by 1990. That's crazy. At least it's coming back. We're doing good works, chat. We're getting there. Donate to your local animal conservationist, but not like PETA. Don't donate to them. They suck. Y'all remember when they sent a cease and desist to Games Workshop because they released like the new Logan Grimnar and he had a fur coat? Remember that? And Games Workshop was like, get fucked. GW was like, you understand this is a miniature and it's meant to represent a character from a dystopian future, right? Like literally, this character is kind of showcasing exactly what you guys are talking about.
Edriong 6931 donated $5 through Super Chat. Don't look up what happened to woolly rhinos.
Okay, I won't. Instead, I'll look up what happened to Genestealer cults. GW should do a thing with helping rhinos with each rhino kit sold. They fucking should. That would be so based. If they donated $1 from each $60 rhino kit to help a real rhino, that would be awesome. We would make so many new rhinos. Bunch of points cuts. Acolyte hybrids with hand flamers down for big units, which are kind of rare anyway, so I guess it is what it is. Aberrants. I guess it's good for the demo charge builds where you're like trying to blow people up with explosives. Aberrants down all across the board. Adelan Jackals down, except on the big units, I guess. Hybrid Metamorphs down on big units. That's great. That's phenomenal, actually. Neophyte Hybrids down on big units. Pure Strain Genestealers down on small units. Reductus Saboteur goes up if you take 3 of them, which I guess is kind of unlikely anyway. Goliath Truck gets some points caught Cust. Yeah, I mean, fucking sick changes. Force Disposition for Xenocult Mass changed to Reconnaissance. Force Disposition for Heroes of the Upright and changed to Disruption. I like that they're sort of there. It kind of feels like they're sweeping Disruption under the rug a little bit because nobody wants to play it because it kind of sucks. They're like, all of these missions are hard, so fuck it. You just don't play it anymore. We're just like, we're soft removing it from the game. Instead of rebalancing the missions, we'll just say fuck it and make it so that only like one detachment in every faction has access to it. If it was really strong and they attached it to a detachment that was sucked, it would make a lot of sense. But the fact that it's like already kind of hard to do and then also gets limited on the number of detachments that have access to it, it's really funny. All right, well, stonks up for Genestealer cults. I imagine that they get a bunch of rules changes inside their faction pack as well, but we'll have to take a look at that momentarily here. Grey Knights. I am surprised by what I see. Look at all this green. Oh boy. I thought Grey Knights were going to get lambasted, but I guess not. Grandmaster Voldas down 15. Brotherhood Terminator Squad's down 15 if you take a tenner, which you probably won't, so it doesn't really matter. Sick. Razorback down 10. Rhino down 10. Strike Squad's down 5. What? Force Disposition on Immaterial Interdiction change to Reconnaissance. Warpaint Task Force changed to Take and Hold, which is, I guess, a downgrade. But nobody was playing Warpaint Task Force anymore anyway. Everyone's on Argent Assault. Oh, okay. Here's the change. The actual change is that Argent Assault moved to priority assets from Purge, which is very good. However, Brotherhood Strike still gets Purge. So if you play this and what's the other one? It was like it was the shooty one, Fires of Purgation, then you still get Purge the Foe, so it doesn't really matter. I guess is you can't take Banishers plus Argent and still Purge. I guess is the change. So you actually have to hold territory instead of just like being able to Shadow of Anarch all over the place everywhere and not really give a shit about where your guys are standing. So I guess that is a difference. But you're also doing it with like 50 more points. So I guess maybe not 50, 25. 25 in most builds. You probably have 2 to 3 strike squads plus Grandmaster Bolus, which means you're cutting like 30 points out of your army. You get an extra enhancement or something. Maybe some more side cannons. Man, all right. Well, as long as you learn how to play priority assets. Still feeling pretty good as a Grey Knight player, I think. The Purgation Detachment's incredibly strong, yeah, for sure. Fires of Purgation plus Brotherhood Strike is actually like insane. We streamed it the other day. It was nuts. The amount of DACA that unit puts out. And in fact, we're streaming it tonight. So get out, y'all. Everybody get ready for that. Because we're gonna watch exactly how that works pretty well. Neat. We are off to Imperial agents. Very minor changes, I think. Great Eye Terminator Squad down. Eversword Assassin down. Imperial Rhino down. Inquisitorial Chimera down. I want to know the justification for this dedicated transport change, because I'm curious. I wonder if I don't know. I was like, to some extent, I wonder if it's like a response to the criticism that the game's like too lethal, and so being able to hide your stuff inside transports is like enables you to help, to sort of offset that. Except the stuff you're hiding in transports can just be hidden anyway, so I don't know if it matters so much. It reduces your footprint quite a bit, except that not all factions have access to it. So the factions that don't have dedicated transports just get fucked. But it's not like a Rhino at 60 points is a bad profile. It's actually kind of nuts when you think about it. It's a T9, like 10 wounder that costs the same as like 5 1 wound infantry. I don't know. I don't get it, chat. Plus, they can like tank shock smokescreen if they really want to. They probably won't because that stratagem's kind of dog shit, but I don't know. It's interesting. Imperial Knights got a big hit on the Castellan, 25 points per model, 30 if you take 2 or more. I from what I understand, there are mechanical changes to Gate Warden Lance. I guess it changed to Take and Hold. Was it Purge before? Yeah, they added it so only Valor Strike Lance accesses Purge. In fairness, Gate Warden, if any detachment of the whole game should be Take and Hold, it's Gate Warden Lance. The detachment that forces you to choose like an area around terrain features that you have to control should probably be Take and Hold. It was like weird that it was more aggressive. So I guess like there is this like dramatic push to limit everyone's access to Purge the Foe. Weirdly, they've also limited everyone's access to Disruption, like we were talking about, which is like very strange. But I don't know. Does Disruption have a good priority assets matchup? I actually have no idea. Disruption versus priority assets is take their home. Oh no, this is a Disruption mirror, excuse me. Locate and deny. Select 5 terrain areas not within your deployment zone. Place an operation marker within it. One or more of your units start the turn on the objective are destroyed. Oh, enemy units that start the turn within range of an objective are destroyed. And 4 points of one of your operation markers on the battlefield. One of your units are within the same terrain area as that marker. No enemy units are there. The end of the battle. So you basically you demarcate terrain areas and you have to control them, but they're on the other side of the table. I guess it ends. It scores up to 8 at the end of your turn, so it's very aggressive. If you can play aggressively, it's like maybe fine. Fascinating.
At Drew Lytle 2281 donated $2 through Super Chat. Agents can mix detachments now.
I did not see that. You're so right. Oh, because we're on Imperial Knights. That would be why. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, they put everything to 2 and Failed Blade is 1. Oh, also they discounted every single enhancement in Failed Blade because you have to take them. It was always weird they were so expensive. Realistically, they should be free, but it is what it is. I guess let's grab Failed Blade. Is this the first 6 stratagem? Oh, fuck off, game. I was like, do you mean the Veiled Blade enhancement in Adeptus Custodes? No, of course I don't, you silly goose. Oops. The first 6 stratagem, 1 detachment. It's actually great. Very much changes how you approach this. I guess like the other expense is that of course it makes your assassins more expensive. However, they're also better, so it is what it is. Yeah. I bet that's pretty neat. Veiled Blade plus Imperialis fleet. Here we go. There are rules changes? Are there rules changes in this? I think these are the same. But I guess I don't remember necessarily what all the Veiled Blade stratagems look like. Oh, yeah. We haven't gone through faction packs yet. Yeah. We've just looked at random stuff and also the Militarum Field Manual. The Militarum Field Manual is kind of like tepid content, so we're gonna rip the band-aid off real quick here and then move on. Definitely it feels actually unironically pretty solid for Imperial agents. That's kind of the thing that we were expecting them to do from the beginning. It's just be like, hey, make a bunch of your detachments like interactable. And they were like, okay, fine. I guess we'll make them work like a real faction. Good. Good job, guys. Nice little changes for Leagues of Votann, Beery Agnerson, Barrack Stormbrow, Iron Master all down. Capricus Carriers down by 5. They didn't change the Sagittor. Get fucking wrecked, Sagittor. Okay. We have buffed every dedicated transport in the game except for this one. What the fuck? That's so stupid. Hearthguard Covenant. None of this stuff changed at all. Okay. I guess Armored Trailblazer saturation rounds went up by 5. I don't even know what that does, so. I don't know. Did anyone ever play Armored Trailblazers? It seemed like so mid. Especially because it's directly competing with Hearthguard Covenant, which is fucking insane. Like, I don't know. Necrons. Armored Trailblazers is good. Is it? In comparison to the other 1 DP combos, I don't know if it's that great. Sagitors are good. I don't want to make it sound like I don't think Sagitors are good, but like I don't know if they're in the universe where we're also making every other like we're discounting like Raiders and Venoms and Razorbacks and things. I don't know why the Sagittor explicitly gets to and Immolators, which is just another word for Sagittor. I don't know why that the Sagittor explicitly gets to say the same points cost. It's very weird. I guess I don't really understand it, but it is what it is. Necrons. Canoptic Reanimator went up. Chronomancer down. Doomsday Arc up. Locust Destroyers up if you take the 6er. That's probably fair. The Cursed Legion build for these guys is crazy. Same with Locust Heavies. Necrosaur Amintar up. Scorpic Lord up. Silent King up. Tesseract Vault are up. Tesseract Vault's up. Of all of the super heavies, that was the one that people haven't really played with yet. We just saw a 5-0 at an event from a fucking triple monolith build, and we nerfed Tesseract Vaults. Okay. Even the Obelisk actually is like kind of, I think, fringe playable. Obelisk, I think, might actually be legitimately good at 280 for its like defensive profile. It's crazy. But we nerfed the Tesseract Vault, I guess. Force Disposition change on Pantheon of Woe. Interestingly, Necrons still have a lot of access to Purge the Foe. Both Curse and Annihilation Legion have it. But I guess if you take Purge the Foe off the Destroyer, detachments, it does feel weird. So you're like, how come my crazed murder robots care so much about deploying teleport homers or whatever? Orks. Oof. Look at all these. Drukhari up 15. Woo. That unit is good, though, to be fair. I think it was very good at 100. 15 feels like a lot, but maybe it's fine. Big Mac with Shock Attack on up if you take 3 of them. Okay, that's not too bad. Boys went up for by 10 on 20 model units and also got a 4+ unit tax. Gretchen went up. Oh, but you can take the 10 model now. Oh, but it's the run herd's free. Okay. Why even fucking print this? Guys, I could take 10 Gretchen with no run herd, but there's literally no benefit. It just makes the unit worse. Okay. I guess I should take a fucking red herd. That's wild. That's wild they would do that and not make it cheaper. At least, like, make it 42 points or something, right? Give them a fucking break. That's weird.
At LOL Chaos 13 donated $10 through Super Chat. Now that Space Marines are paying for late library fees. Shadowmark with Fulgarius or Shadowmark with Vengeful for Raven Guard the Way.
Is it that bad that the like Librarius without like Fusillade is like so bad? So trash? I have to look at the actual points, the actual rules changes, because I guess I don't quite know. But I think Shadowmark does have a lot of really interesting like combinations with stuff. I also think that like you could just go back to your old Ultramarine builds and they're probably fine. Like, we'll have to look at the full Space Marine breakdown, but I think a lot of the core stuff that compose them outside of like the one Stern Guard combo, you could probably still play just fine. I don't know if Ultramarines got hit at all though. Again, we'll have to look. We haven't hit the Space Marine pack yet. Mechs went up. Both Pain Boss and Pain Boy went up. They also lost the ability to triple attach, right? I think that's in the faction pack document. Oh, Ghost Arcs also did not go down. Yeah, that's fair. I think they forgot that was a dedicated transport, probably. It's such a weird unit. War Boss went up. Truck went down. Fucking trucks are 55 points, dude. These numbers are so small, but the rest of the numbers are so big. Force disposition changed on Tactical Brigade to Recon. It was Disruption before? Wait, what was Tactical Brigade? If we go to 39k, is it going to tell me? No, this doesn't tell Force disposition. Poopy. Was Tactical Brigade like actually not Recon already? Where's Green Tide? Green Tide, yeah, went up to 3 detachment points. We can see that coming a mile away. A million billion miles away. Yep. Yep. So I think Green Tide's probably well and truly dead. No triple attach. The army probably went up like 80 to 90 points, at least. Probably more than that. It's like 90 points on just boys, right? And then characters also got pumped up, so it probably ends up being 120 to 150 points. And also they lost entire detachment. Yeah, there's no way. In fairness, I think Green Tide was like a 61% win rate or something, so I think it definitely needed to get hit. Watching games against like Tau, it was single-handedly destroying all of Tau. Like, the Tau faction just didn't get to compete in the game because they couldn't beat this fucking army. It was clearly too strong. For sure. So I'm glad they nipped it in the bud and we don't have to deal with 3 months of Green Tide just like being obnoxious. Not to say that people like the meta couldn't adjust to beat it if everyone was running Green Tide, but you have to skew your. It's such a skew because it's like 120 guys that you have to skew your army in such a weird way. You need explicitly a high enough volume of like good shooting that can one tap the Orc boy squads, and not get absolutely fucking vaporized by everything else that doesn't care about like mass 1 damage. And that's such a fine line to tread. It was like some of those Space Marine like Salamander armies could do it, and then everyone else was like having a tough time. Pretty annoying. They could have given all flamers in the game blast. So that doesn't really like change the thing. The problem with the Green Tide Tactical Brigade combo is that you only even rules as written, you didn't get to shoot at them. But even if you ruled it the not as powerful way for Green Tide, where they don't get to go get them before you roll any attacks, you almost certainly only get 1 attack into them. So your attack has to fully kill the entire unit for from full effectively. So unless outside of like, I guess like Star Scythe battle suits with a billion flamers, where that might matter. And even then you're firing like a lot of strength 4 or strength 5 into a T5 unit. You only ever got 1 attack, and then you get that 1 attack. And if you don't kill them, then they're engaged, and then you have to deal with them from there. And it's like really difficult to do. Orcs are classically an anti-meta army. Yeah, I think that's fair. And I do think that, like, generally having a foil for the gun lines is very good. But, like, I would prefer it not be like a massive skew.
6,931 donated $5 through Super Chat. Just a heads up. They released what the new Exodite stuff does today as well.
The new Exodites are the like faction within Games Workshop that's pushing to donate part of their Rhino APC sales to save actual rhinos. Thanks to Super Chat, though. We'll take a look at that after. I think after we do faction packs, probably, because the faction packs are obviously like a big deal. But I'm excited about that because the Exodite stuff looks awesome. I saw like a meme somebody posted. It was like when the when the new stuff came out, and it was just like the Jurassic Park scene where they like first see the dinosaurs, right? And like the theme plays, and it's like all very awe-inspiring. Except it was just like the Exodite trailer. It was very funny. I laughed very hard. All right, well, R.I.P. Orcs. You had a good run. You're gonna get a Codex and be broken in a couple weeks, so just enjoy that. Yeah, I would love Exodites to be like, just give them a whole army. I don't love this whole thing that they're doing where each of the Eldar sub-factions get rolled into like little tiny baby sub-factions rather than being either full supplement releases or a separate faction entirely. If Space Marines can do it, I feel like other factions can do it too. I would love to see Exodites like get a full range and then be like playable on their own as their own like internal ecosystem, but I understand that it's difficult and Games Workshop doesn't like doing hard things. Let's talk about Space Marines. I think we've seen most of these changes already. So aggressors went down, impulsors went down. Oh, regular Space Marines get to run fucking 6-model Inceptor squads. So it's explicitly like Black Templars that lose this unit. That's weird. I guess they didn't really play it anyway, so nothing of value was lost. I'm curious about this eradication squad, the Eradicator squad thing. It feels like a little bit of a rug pull. Because I do legitimately think that at 70 points, the Heavy Bolter Eradicator squad was really interesting. At 80 points, they directly compete with most other 5-model units in the game. And I don't know if they come out ahead. It's only 3 dudes with 3-shot weapons, so it's only 9 total attacks, and they're not very fast, and they're not like especially hard to kill besides just being grab as keyworded. But at 70, when they were less expensive, I think that they were very interesting because there was a non-zero chance that they could trade up when they shot at stuff. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if I feel them at 80. But I think that there's a spot in there maybe that I think that unit's playable. I like the idea of the little 3-model units that are like very viable by themselves. Infernus squad's up. Inceptors all up a little bit. Landspeeders up, not surprising. Librarians up. Combat Weapon Lieutenant up. Razorback down. Repulsors up, suppressors up. This fucking wigs me out. I don't understand. I wonder if they were allowing the like fly, take to the skies into remain stationary and plunging fire, which does make suppressors pretty good because they become effectively ballistic skill too. If you do that, and then that unit actually kind of slaps. So that maybe that's part of the issue, but it's really easy to prevent that from happening. You just say that you don't benefit from both heavy and take to the skies at the same time. You track raw distance for take to the skies movement, which is how the rule is worded, but a lot of places rule it otherwise. Or I guess it's like worded ambiguously. It's kind of a weird situation. You basically, like, when you take to the skies, you ignore vertical movement while resolving your movement. But after you finish resolving the movement, it's like an open question whether or not it still tracks the amount of distance that you moved. Because then, or later on, it says that when you try to benefit from heavy, it tracks the amount of distance you moved over the course of the turn. And if you've moved more than 3 inches, you don't get heavy, which you have. You just ignored it while resolving the movement. So I don't know. It's a weird thing. You could very easily stop that entire interaction from occurring. You also make your wall, or you say that, and you make it so that your second level walls are above 3 inches rather than being at 3 inches. Because if you are exactly 3 inches from bottom floor to top floor, that's the only time that interaction works. Storm Speeder, Hamburglar Strike up. Vanguard Veterans up. Land Raider Redeemer not going up is pretty crazy. There were Forge Fathers, Seekers armies that were running 3 of them. 2 feels like even very good. Especially because I think a lot of the... Oh no, Ultramarines. I was like, does Ultramarines get nerfs? We'll see. Oh boy, they did. Holy shit. Oh no. Captain Titus, Taos, Icarius, Marnius, Calgar, Rabute, Gilliman, Uriel, Ventress, Victrix, Wardens, all up 10. Holy shit. So most of the Reclamation Force armies went up by like minimum 40. Minimum 40. Whoa. Holy shit. That's a lot. Also, Victrix Honor Guard get a points cost increase for taking the banner. Oh, I didn't realize that. You have to pay for the banner and the champion now. They're not free. Huh. Tigerius did go down, which is interesting because he does see a lot of play. So I don't understand. I don't really know. That's crazy. All right, Space Marines might be cooked. I guess you can still play Forge Father Seekers and it's fine. They had a little bit of a hit for Infernus, right? 10 points for the big units, but the little units are unchanged. So that's like really the only thing that changed if you're not taking librarians. Subodenkon went down though. Neat. Thanks, Subodenkon. You're still cool. You're still pretty cool in my book. Big downside for Subodenkon is he can't gain hidden. If that man could gain hidden, he would be fucking awesome. But because he's mounted, he charges into a terrain feature and then runs back behind the terrain feature, and he has to entirely get his massive base behind it. Otherwise, you just shoot him. If he could hide, he would be crazy because he can move after attacking. Blade of Ultramar, Armor of Antoninus went up. Arms from Spearhead, Flesh of going up. Yeah, we saw all this stuff. Librarius Conclave, Tempora Corridor, and Fusillade both went up. Neat. Interesting stuff, chat. Oops. I accidentally closed my Militarum again. Space Wolves. Space Wolves got some interesting decreases. Arjek Rockfist down 10. Chad. Iron Priest down 5. Logan Grimnar down 10. Ragnar Blackmane down 10. Okay. Nyal Stormcaller down 10. There's actually some interesting Nyal builds, I think. If you can source advanced shoot and charge on Grey Hunter squads, Nyal Stormcaller is actually kind of a baller. He makes them fucking super fast. They just move 13 a turn. It's wild. Or I guess advance and charge, because I believe he just gives his unit assault. Wolf Scouts are down 5. That's great. They have 6 models in the unit, so that's awesome. Wolfguard Terminators got a points cost increase if you take more than 2 of them, which realistically you probably shouldn't, so it's okay. Aggressor squads went down. Normal changes otherwise. So they basically saw changes to... They basically went down like 30 points in most of their builds, maybe 40. Neat. We love that. Forge Fathers moved to priority assets? Isn't that just a strict upgrade? Forge Father Seekers is better now? We love to see that. I love that Forge Father Seekers is better. They reduced Inceptors to max 3. Did they do that for Space Wolves? Because they didn't do it for regular Space Marines. Where the fuck are Inceptors? I can't even find them. Oh, they did! That's actually... Sometimes you played that unit in... Saga of the Great Wolf for the +1 to wound strat. I did see that occasionally for the 6-man. Because, like, high volume attacks, like, benefit that massively. That's fascinating. That's such a weird, like, a weird change. Like, Blood Angels and Codex Space Marines get 6-model Inceptor squads, but nobody else does. I kind of like the idea that they play with squad sizes elsewhere. But it's very weird. Interesting. Beast Slayer plus Legends and down by about 40. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice little quality of life change for your Space Wolves. Tau. Let's talk about Tau. Broadside Battlesteeds up for big units. That's for the missile team. Farsight down. Devilfish down. Ghost Kill up. Pathfinders up. Riptides up. Storm Surge up. Hammerhead up. Yeah, all the big... The Twin Lands... Fucking Tiger Sharks went up 50. That's so funny. That's so funny. They were like, guys, we're gonna fine. You know what? We'll make your dumb aircraft playable. Plus 50 points. Either you can't deploy it anywhere meaningful, or it costs 400 points. Your pick. Like every Tau player was like, I just want to play a Tiger Shark and the monkey's paw curls. You get to play your Tiger Shark, but it's expensive. That's extremely funny. They really don't want you to play airplanes. Why do they make them? Why do they even fucking sell these units if they don't want you to play them? That's so fucking funny. Retaliation Cadre went up to 3 detachment points, so you can no longer combo it with Advanced Acquisition. Interesting. That's a big change. No changes to Kauyon, though. Oh, it changed Force Disposition from priority assets. And Mont Ka changed to priority assets. Yeah, Retaliation Cadre is the only purge available left for Tau entirely. But they can play Experimental Prototype Cadre instead of Advanced Acquisition. Because Advanced Acquisition, like, I think ended up being kind of mediocre in a lot of cases. It has good, it has some good strats, but I don't know if it was, like, necessarily massive. Oh, I'm going to sneeze again. I was able to mute myself in time that time. Woo! I think I got, I don't know, little allergies or something coming in. I got all sorts of stuff going on. Very sneezy this morning. So I apologize. Retaliation Cadre, yeah. So the old build was you played Kauyon plus priority assets. You have to take Experimental Prototype to do that, which in fairness, I don't think is that bad. Experimental Prototype is just like, it passively gives you a bunch of big bonuses for your battlesuit units. So it's like, I don't know. It seems fine. You can't take Retaliation plus anything anymore. So you're locked into Purge, which I guess is not that big of a deal. You lose like the cool Ghost Kill, like the Ghost Kill stuff, but you can still just play them. So I don't know. Retaliation still might be good. But that was clearly the highest performant build was the Retaliation plus Advanced Acquisition. I'm curious if this build maintains how powerful it was now that all the things you take are more expensive. But I guess it's like, it's probably 2 Riptides, right? It's probably 2 Ghost Keels. Oh, that didn't change, actually. So, it's plus 10, plus 10. Plus 20 for Twin Lance. So your most lists went up, or plus 15. Most lists went up like 35 points. That's actually not that many. I'm a little bit worried, maybe an extra 10 or so from a Hammerhead gunship. I'm a little bit worried because I do think Tau is being sort of artificially suppressed by Green Tide, like we talked about. It felt like most of the Tau builds just literally didn't have the attack volume to kill them. I do think that now that is no longer the case, I do wonder if Tau is going to be very strong. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm interesting. 0 Riptides in any list. At 190? I don't know, man. Still pretty good. Or 190, or 215, I guess, for the ion accelerator. I do think that the burst cannon is probably worth a consideration, but if it saves you 25 points, I think it's interesting. The problem with Riptides is that they do too many things, right? It's just like, I can have a fast unit that also shoots really far and also is hard to kill. And then your opponent's like, okay, I guess you just, like, it's just every part of the pie that you just get. You get your cake and you eat it too. The difference, so like, a commander in a crisis team is not really the same as a Riptide battlesuit, right? Because they can't really hold territory. As soon as they get attacked, the entire crisis team is dead. The commander probably lives, but crisis battlesuits are not the hardest thing in the world to kill. They just have a lot of wounds. And they don't have the same like strength characteristic, right? So unless you're sourcing lethals from Monka or something, even then, it's just like a higher attack volume, but it's not necessarily like as high damage. But like shooting the big like high strength devastating that you get from a Riptide battlesuit is very different. Plus, the Riptides tend to engage at a longer distance too. So I don't know necessarily. Not to say that like one of them is like necessarily strictly better than the other one, but I don't think that they're directly comparable. Even the missile fire knife teams are not quite the same as a Riptide battlesuit. They're shooting a bunch of 2 damage shots, which I guess it's similar to the burst cannon one, but not necessarily the ion accelerator guy. Let's talk about Thousand Suns. Thousand Suns getting messed up. Rhino's going down pretty nice for them because their Rhino's very expensive. Predator, Annihilator, and Destructor, and Defiler all up. Scarabacol Terminator's up for 10 models. Sekitar Robots up 15 points per 4 model unit. That's actually kind of like a little bit of a... That's a little bit less than I expected. Although we are seeing changes elsewhere across the board. Zangor Enlightened up. Fakecaster Greatbows didn't change, though, which is interesting. Huh. Zangor Shaman up by 5. Kairos Fateweaver up 10. Lord of Change up 20 or 25. Hexwarp Thrallband, which is 3 detachment points. There it is, folks. Woo! Oh, thank God. I was like, man, that's not a very big change to Sekitar robots. This fucking is, though. That's massive. So you can no longer combo Hexwarp Thrallband with any of the other 1-point detachments. It was incredibly strong with Sekitar Cohorn. It was even good with Ritual of Regeneration, but you can't do that anymore. All right. Well, you know what? Fair enough. I'm into it. That feels okay. I think that's probably fine. That means that I don't think that beyond ignoring modifiers, and I'm sure somebody can correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't think that there's any actual synergy for the Sekitar psychic weapons, besides the fact that they shoot through cover and stuff. Because I don't know if anything else explicitly buffs their psychic attacks outside of Grand Coven or Hexwarp Thrallband, which of course you can't combo together anymore. So, there you go. Why did the robots go up in points and they don't have access to Hexwarp? Because they're still too cheap. Like, realistically, I think the problem was twofold. The Sekitar robots are too good at skirmishing, or were too good at skirmishing for 160, and also got the best combination of detachment abilities in, like, the entire game. Basically, +1 to hit and wound with all their attacks. It turns out very strong. when you could attack with them multiple times. But I still think the big Secator robot units, if you're taking them in triplicate and they're still cheap, could be played even without the second detachment ability, and they would still be okay. I don't know if necessarily if they were as good. But like the like mass flamer Overwatch is just like oppressive in some cases, especially if the goal is to reduce the number of defilers that you have, so that the defiler Overwatch isn't quite as crazy. I think it's fine. Yeah, it's like Torrent with free Overwatch is like the real kicker. Where they can just wander. I mean, we had a whole discussion about it yesterday after Rhina and Ricochet's game, where they were discussing like the number of things you can do with Secator robots, where you can just like post up on an expansion objective and force your opponent to like 2-for-1 themselves into you, right? And they just trade massively down into your Secator, and there's nothing they can do about it. They just have to eat it. And you're less likely to one-shot their units on Overwatch as you were with +1 to wound. But it's still into T4 or T3 enemies. It's still basically the same math. You lose a couple of wounds. So I don't know. Now you don't get any builds. All right, come on. You can still just play all the stuff you used to play in 10th edition. Still good. It's just that there isn't as many like wombo combos, right? That where like everything gets stuck all together. Which is like unfortunate. I do like the wombo combos, but the problem was that it was like this thing where only, it's like rules for me and not for thee to some extent, where it's like very few other factions could combo together multiple detachments and to the same level of synergy that you could do with Hex Warp. All right. Tyranids. Look at all these units I don't play getting nerfed. Maliceptor up 10. Neurotyrant up 15. That's shocking to me, actually. The Neurotyrant's like overcosted. Tyrannocyte down 10. What a fucking joke. Hey, Zoanthrope 3-model units went down. It's interesting. I don't think you'd ever play them because you want the big units to put strats on. What? Von Ryan Sleepers are down to 55 points? What? What? That's not even that like transformative of a change. To be clear, the difference between 55 and 60 is not massive because it's a unit you're not going to take too many of, right? But that like it's just the principle of the thing. They're three wound models with 6 attacks, move 10, probably advance and charge. And fights first and free heroic intervention. And you're telling me they're like 22 points a model? I'll take 3, thank you. If I cut all my lictors out of my... How much is a lictor right now? 65 or 60? If I just cut all my lictors and I just play Von Ryan Sleepers, I get like almost a whole extra unit. I could just search. We have the technology. Lictors 60. I get 10 extra points if I cut all my lictors and turn them into Von Ryans. Which that might be worth doing. It's an interesting points value. I don't know why. It's only 5 points, but it's like crazy. All right. Anyway, I think Tyranids they do nerf pretty explicitly the Subterranean or Invasion Fleet builds where you're playing these units together. And I guess to some extent it's like Assimilation Swarm because you play Assimilation Swarm to get priority assets and then like the cool assimilator combos. Vanguard Onslaught got a hit for Hunting Grounds, which is an extremely strong enhancement that I always forget to use. So that's good. And otherwise, no changes. All right, fair enough. Tyranids looking okay. And then World Eaters are the last one. Ooh, Sea of Green for World Eaters. Angron down 20. Rhinos down 10. Annihilators, Terminators, Destructors, 8-bound, Exalted 8-bound, Forge Friends, Invocatus, Juggernaut Lord, Cord Berserkers, Mauler Fiend, all down. Fuck me, dude. You're just a horde army now. I guess like the Destructors are kind of whatever. The Terminators are okay, I guess. Like the Terminator builds are all right. They're not like wow, crazy. Exalt 8-bound going down like 3 points per battle basically across the board. 2.5 or so is great. That's a lot. That's a ton of extra utility you get. Because these are units that you often take in like 3s or 4s. If you take 2 and 2, that's 40 less. That's 40 more points to your army. It's basically a whole Jackal squad. If you're also taking any combination of these things, and most armies are taking Berserkers, like if you're playing Berserker Warband, you're probably at least one to 2 units of Berserkers in. So we're down 60 already. And if you take any of the other characters, you're down another 20 or 30. So you're probably, your points total went down probably 70 points in most of these armies. Man, fucking Berserker Warband eating good today. Holy shit. Goretrek Onslaught removed its unique tag. So you can take it with Brazen Engines? Is that the thing? Is that good? Hold up. I think that was the one that had the Goretrek keyword previously, right? Force Battle Shocks. Oh, yeah, it was. You cannot take it with another Onslaught detachment, so you couldn't take it alongside Goretrek. Ignore modifiers, surge moves. You can get mobile. That's very good. And then Goretrek gives you, when you disembark from a transport, +1. I guess there's not like that much explicit synergy, right? We have mobile with mobile with another name. Excuse me, chap. Full throttle. Northern take advance. Oh, it's the surge move things. After it's shot, you can move up to 6 inches, or Fury Unleashed, you can disembark a Khorne Berserker unit and surge them. You don't need this restriction anymore because you just can't do that anyway, right? Interesting. Okay. Is there something there? We get like ignore modifiers and a reactive move on like Brave Skull Lords of Skulls. I guess it is weird that you couldn't take those both together because like one of them was explicitly Demon Engines and the other one had like 2 buster vehicles. So I guess they just maybe realized that it's a little bit silly that those were like mutually exclusive. There is a bit of a downside, which is that they eat the Blood Crusher nerf from Demons, and which means that Demonkin is actually like kind of significantly worse. But at the very least, I mean, it definitely seems like worst case scenario, most of the World Eaters armies went down by 40 to 50 points. If you were playing explicitly like mass infantry, then you went down quite a bit. So probably pretty happy, I imagine. Yeah, Libra's just got a 5-point cost cut, which just like blew my mind because they're so fucking cheap. I sort of like, I poo-pooed on Lictors at the start of the edition, but I was definitely incorrect about that. I was like, no, they don't really fight first, so they don't act as a roadblock anymore. And then they cut them by like 15 points and then another 5 points. So compared to where they were in 10th, they're like 20 points per unit cheaper. For a 3-man, they're 7 points per battle cheaper in a unit that is already not that bad. I think most of it, like you could just start a Vanguard and Onslaught list with like 3 units of 3, just 9 of these fuckers. It's like 165 points. And you just get 9 dudes in the middle of the table that are all like independently pretty spooky. I think it's pretty interesting. Let's talk faction packs, chat. I think what I want to do is discuss. There's a universal rule update pack I would love to hop into first. Let's do that. Are we gonna have to use? I think we may need to... here's what I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to go through and I'm going to download the Space Marine one. Because we know That one's gonna absolutely mess us up if I don't open that not in Adobe. Adobe or Chrome. Where is the Space Marine faction pack? That one will lag out my stream and like crash my computer. Download. Unless it doesn't work, and then I'm gonna go fuck myself. Oh, it didn't. It just finished loading. Oh my god. It's like 30 megabytes. The Space Marine faction pack is the same file size as like almost all the rules for Breachstorm. Incredible. What a time to be alive. All right, yeah, let's talk about rules updates real quick. In fact, what I might do here, chat, is I'm just gonna reset my overlay so it looks a little bit nicer. Because I had it set up to read the Militarum field manual, which unfortunately is very restrictive. We're going to make it look like this. We're going to go like this. And we're going to go like this. And I think that's going to be a bit nicer for everyone. There we go. All right. Universal rule updates. Modifying your stratagem's cost. Rules that enable you to target a friendly unit with a stratagem for 0, but do not specify the unit stratagem. Instead, reduce the cost of the stratagem by 1. Just unifying the terminology. If you have a stratagem, you can target another unit with, even if you've already targeted another unit with the stratagem in the same phase, it can only be used if the name of the stratagem is specified in the rule. Similarly, if a stratagem is limited to 1 use per player per battle round, such parts of that role can only be used if the name of the stratagem is specified. Yeah, so that's the change. That this is basically like, I think, porting over stuff from the old balance data slate into 11th edition. If a stratagem has an effect that says the target can only be selected to target a range attack if the attacking model is within 12, or cannot be targeted by range attacks unless the attacking model is within 12, the effect changes that you can only be selected as a target of range attack if the attacking model is within 18. Fair enough. We already had that. From 10th edition. Stratagems add new units to your army. If a stratagem has the effect of adding a new unit to your army that is identical to your destroyed unit, it can only be used once per battle. Yeah, so we saw all those from the Tacoma FAQ. So that's good. That's just stuff that's generally good to have changed. Next up, I think the biggest change is likely to be the Space Marine faction pack. Which we're going to open in Edge, because somehow it's faster. Do they have a change list? What's new? Yes. Oh, this is nice. Changes to rule updates, so I'll have to go read through that explicitly, I guess. The Vengeful Host attachment got added, which we looked at earlier. Spear Point Task Force, evasive maneuvers. Subtracts 1 from wound roll, not 1 from hit roll anymore, I guess. Librarius Conclave Fusillade enhancements change to your attacks gain lethal hits, not devastating wounds. And if you're Pyromancer, you gain sustained 1. That's interesting. Lethal plus sustain is actually really good. I guess the downside, like obviously it's less good than devastating wounds on an anti-monster, anti-vehicle unit. The downside, of course, is that they upcharged all these things that were using it. And so it's unlikely, I guess, that we see this elsewhere. But I do think that there's probably a universe where like this is probably fine. If it's not like massively expensive. Temporal Corridor got changed to be unengaged. Fucking good. That was so stupid. Clear oversight, bro. Thunderhawk Gunship got changed to remove the aircraft keyword. I believe there's a problem with the Thunderhawk Gunship, which is that it currently frame measures, I want to say. I had a discussion about this the other day, and it doesn't have a base. Or it doesn't frame measure. They removed frame keyword from it, but it also doesn't have a base. So like exactly how it measures is fucking weird. But I guess if it doesn't have a base, it just like reverts to frame measuring anyway. So problem with the Thunderhawk Gunship that basically, if you were to get very competitive and wanted to play a Thunderhawk Gunship, I would say don't do that, because not only is it not very good, but also there's a lot of weird rules surrounding it, because it's like one of those like designer note, put a base on this, however big you see fit models. which if we were to like sort of follow the letter of the law, not the spirit, would mean that it hull measures and sits on the ground. So it like can't fly over anything because it's on the ground and it has to like traverse. It's kind of just bad. I don't know. It's not a very well designed unit in general. It's kind of a perennial issue with the big stuff in 40k. How is Thunderhawk not an aircraft? Because it's the new hover mechanic, where aircraft stuff like teleports itself around the battlefield, and hover vehicles are like helicopters basically, and they move normally. They're just really fast and ignore intervening stuff. They basically move like old school flying units from like previous editions, where they ignore vertical distance and they don't have to take to the sky and all that shit. But they like don't really like melee or anything. But it makes it so that like flying transports are particularly strong, but you don't necessarily need to build transports around the new like aircraft teleporting mechanic, which is I don't know, I think it's good. Yeah, good call out, chat. You ingress in your next movement phase. So it's like a side grade. It previously was you go into strategic reserve. I guess this is like weirdly worded, actually. I really don't like this. You can make an ingress move in your next movement phase, including your first turn. So I guess like you can choose. So that is a buff. And a lot of times it's like, Chaos Demons, for example, Demonic Incursion says like you place your unit in strategic reserve, they will arrive via Deep Strike next turn. It doesn't give you an option. This allows you to arrive bottom of turn 1, which actually means it's pretty good. It's also interesting that you can pull it at the end of a fight phase 1 and then flip to TK to give them Deep Strike. You don't have to have Deep Strike when you pull them into reserve. That's cool. I don't know. Let's look through rules changes. I don't really want to I'm going to switch off to this mode while I'm going through to page 60. Jesus. Page 60, here I come. So that we can see rules updates. Oath of Moment changed to say you get +1 to wound if you are if you're using a Codex Space Marine detachment and your army does not include one or more units from Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Death Watch, or Space Wolves, or one of those units from the unit, one of those functions, Militarum field manual sections, because they have different points values. That's so true. You can be like, well, technically, I'm playing Blood Angels, but I gain +1 to wound because I have the Blood Angels cost for like fucking whatever, Vanguard Veterans or something. That's silly, but it makes sense. Just fucking say that you choose a chapter keyword and then say if you chose this chapter keyword, then you don't gain the bonus. This like whole thing where you have to contort yourself around the fact that there's no chapter keywords anymore fucking kills me, dude. I don't know. We're likely only gonna have to deal with this for another month or two because they're getting all their new mechanics and their new codex, so that's fine. That's very funny though. Stormlance Task Force Detachment Shock Assault has been totally reworked. Previously, this was used. It was a very weird wording. It was used in the charge phase, give you a reroll on your charge, then lance. The thing was that you could then like stack it with fight phase buffs, but you couldn't stack it with charge phase buffs, which is very weird. So that was like a weird one. I think basically everyone and their mom misplayed this because it's weird that it's not just like lance in the fight phase in the previous wording. So I get it. It's also any Adeptus Astartes unit, not just mounted, which is also huge. That actually makes this detachment make that like 3 detachment point cost make much more sense. I actually really like this. I think like Stormline's Task Force immediately goes to being really interesting, especially for like other factions, right? Like Blood Angels gets access to Lance for 2 detachment points. That's fucking sick, dude. Stormline's Task Force goated. You could put this on like Victrix Honor Guard and stuff. I bet this is pretty cool. Datasheets. Frame was added to drop pods, gladiators, invader ATV, land raider crusader. Did these things not already have frame? I wonder if that just updated a thing or something. Blade Guard veterans changed quite a bit. In the fight phase, the unit selected to fight. Yeah, these rules were problematic. Tacoma had to explicitly errata these rules, and now I have to remember to take this out of. I have a rolling for these guys. I have to take out of my rolling document. But because they gave rerolls that explicitly inv saves, which is not an actual thing that you do in 11th edition, now invulnerable save is like a modifier to your saving throws instead of being an entirely separate category of save that you can take. Getting rerolls on invulnerable saves was really stupid and had to be errated so that it worked, because otherwise it didn't do anything. This is pretty clean. Instead of gaining a bunch of rerolls, you either gain +1 to hit or enemies at -1 to hit. The downside is it means Blade Guard veterans plus characters are dramatically worse. So this is like a huge nerf to Adrex Hagatone, for example, because he hits on 2s anyway, so +1 to hit doesn't make a difference. But Blade Guard veterans giving him reroll 1s was huge. But it does mean that you are looking like more consistently to hit your oath target, because then your 2s rerolling, which is very consistent. Or you just swing into your oath target and then you give your entire unit -1 to hit, which is probably fine anyway. So I like that. I think that's pretty good. The old text of Ride Hard was -1 to hit and wound. It was fucking crazy. John Lennon built a career on that stratagem. That's not entirely true, but he played the shit out of various versions of Ultramarine Stormblast Task Force that stacked a bunch of characteristic modifiers onto Storm Ravens. It was -1 to hit, -1 to wound, -1 to save, -1 damage. I think was like basically the full thing. And you could reactive move it, which is fucking wild. And then at the start of 10th edition, you could get a free strat from Gilliman and a free command point from Marty's Calgar. So you had so many command points, you would just siphon into this Storm Raven gunship, and it would just be this invincible god. It was insane. So it looks like they're removing a lot of like stacked defensive buffs, which I think is fair. Captain, leader section, remove that this model cannot be attached to a Blade Guard veteran squad unless it's equipped with the Relic Shield, and cannot be attached to the Hellblaster squad unless it's carrying a plasma pistol. Thank fucking God, that was stupid. Basically, they only allowed you to take the Indomitus captain inside the Blade Guard squad because it was thematically appropriate, but then you couldn't take like the Power Fist guy, which is like okay. It was just annoying, and everyone forgot about it and attached anyway. Chapel would jump back into the Zalber bolt pistol. That's embarrassing if you forgot the coolest part of the chaplain, his cool gun. Let's go. Company heroes. Remove this rule. Wait, is that the rule that makes it so that they must be attached? It is. Hold up. Is there something else that happens there? Oh, I lost my place. Keywords, all models, infantry, grenades, Imperium, Tacticus, company hero, ancient. So, wait, you can take just company heroes by themselves? Is that good? Probably not, right? Because they lose their -1 to be wounded. They do, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah. While the character is leading the unit, you get -1 to wound, while they contain an ancient +1 OC. Huh. How many points? They're like 105. Yeah, it's probably not worth it for 4 guys for 105, right? Because we can get like a whole utility squad for that. We can get like infiltrators or something. But I like that it's an option. I do think that player agency over your army composition is something I'm a fan of, and it is 16 wounds for 100 points. It's just that like usually you'll take them if you have characters anyway. I think that's interesting. What's fascinating is that they never give them epic hero. So like you can still take just like 3 units of these guys. They're cheaper than a Combi Lieutenant. Yeah, I mean, it's a different unit, though, right? Like, a Combi Lieutenant infiltrates, so he's better at utility and then has the reactive stuff, so he's in and out. I don't know. Intercessor Squad. While when you're selected to shoot, select one visible unit. While making attacks, this unit's bolt rifle attacks targeting that enemy have +2A. Whoa! Wait, that's a huge glow up. So previously, target elimination was if all of your attacks target a single unit, double the attacks of your bolt rifles. But now it's pick a unit, gain +2 attacks with your bolt rifles against it. So you can split fire with these guys? Dude, that's big. That's like so much stronger. It makes the big, like, there's like some interesting builds that run big intercessor units. I mean, honestly, like, new Fusillade could be good with a big intercessor squad because you're just vibing with sustained lethal, the whole squad with a bunch of AP1 gunshots. And now you can, like, it in the situations where you can't get all of your attacks on target, you don't lose the attacks. You just are very marginally less effective against something else. Dude, that's cool. Don't all abilities for leaders stay even though they're not attached? They stay if the unit is destroyed. But they haven't gotten around to changing it so that while leading abilities work permanently. Every single, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe that every single leader that they've released in the last like year or so has said this model's unit gains X rather than while leading a unit, the unit gains X. Which speaks to me that that's the verbiage that they're going to use on future stuff. But they just haven't made that change yet, which is unfortunate. Because I sort of assumed that would just be a change that they made altogether. But they didn't do it. Let's see. Robute Gilliman gains mobile. Very nice. Tigurius gives his unit stealth. Melee attacks get -1 to hit. You reduce the cost of things targeting him. Fair enough. This is Vanguard Veterans. Gain heavy bolt pistol, melee weapon. All models can have their bolt pistol and Vanguard weapon replaced with mastercrafted power weapon. For every 5 models in the unit, one can take a plasma pistol. So I think this is the new. Let's actually see if we can take a peek at the new Vanguard Veterans. I think this is the new Vanguard Veteran datasheet from Indomitus, or sorry, Armageddon. Indomitus. I'm just fucking showing my age over here. I'm really dating myself with that one. Indomitus was like 6 years ago, chat. That's crazy. Yeah, look at that. Mastercrafted power weapon. It's no longer 4 attacks, 1 damage. It's now 4 attacks, 5-1-1. It's now 3 attacks, 5-2-2. And they reactive move. They don't gain lethals. It's kind of a cool ability, though. Do they still get... Oh, they don't get invuln saves. And you can't take 10s. Ugh, this unit's like mid. Fascinating. 1 heavy bolt pistol, 1 mastercrafted power weapon, 1 plasma pistol, mastercrafted power weapon, 1 heavy bolt pistol, and mastercrafted power weapon. Yeah, no invuln save, lower attack volume, no mortal wounds. All their stuff is defensive. Do they hit on 2s at least? Nope, get fucked. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they're better into like 2 and medium infantry than JPI are, but it's not that much of a difference, right? Because JPI get 3 power fist attacks. These guys have no power fist attacks whatsoever. Plus 16 regular attacks, and these guys are just 15 2 damage. The AP is higher, so they're better against like Space Marine equivalents. But JPI also go in with like 2 mortal wounds to begin with, which is the equivalent of like at least an extra guy fighting. Yeah, no storm shields. Oh, this is the fucking combat patrol one. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. No, you're so right. God, that's confusing. Come on. All right. Yeah, no, you are right, chat. They can't take storm shields. And they still gain lethal hits. Okay. No, you're right. You're right. This unit still rules. Okay. Sorry, Vanguard veterans still sick. Combat Patrol Vanguard veterans mid. These guys pretty cool. I do not like that this is the same icon, and I have to find it. I have to be able to tell which one's different. I guess it does say Combat Patrol underneath there. I just have to read that. But I wish that they had a little notifier or something. No, you're so right. It's annoying that it's the top result too. But it does begin with an A, so I guess that's just alphabetic. Okay, no. Vanguard veteran's actually pretty sweet. Actually, very good. If you can still take storm shields and you get this like cool thing, what's their war gear option? Unit composition up to 10 with Vanguard veteran weapon. All models can have their bolt pistol and Vanguard veteran weapon replaced with heavy bolt pistol mastercrafted power weapon. Any models can have regular bolt pistol equipped or replaced with storm shield or pistol. Okay. So either, and this will certainly change when their codex comes out, you get the 2 damage mastercrafted power weapon, or you keep exactly the old profile. Yeah. Okay. That's like a really nice sort of I guess it's like you're cutting right in between the two for the time being, right? Until their new codex comes out, and then for sure the other data sheet will disappear, and you'll just have the 2 damage profile. But I do like that they basically let you pick between them. It would be interesting if they made them 2 separate data sheets and then just amalgamated them later, but it is what it is. So yeah, you can still take. It looks unless like the war gear options are confusing here. It looks to me like you can take basically the entire build that you had previously is the same, right? Any number of models can have storm shields, grab pistols, hand flamers, inferno pistols, plasma pistols, blah blah blah. That's all exactly the same as previous. Or you can take the new power weapon. So either you get old Vanguard veterans with nothing different, or you get the new 2 damage power weapon with the new weapon loadout. But you can't mix and match them. It's one or the other. Which is fine. I mean, I think that's okay. If you're used to the OG Vanguard veterans, then it's good to go. And if you have the new ones, then you can just play those. Thanks for the call out about the Combat Patrol chat. I totally missed. I was looking at the Combat Patrol data sheet. I do wish that was better signposted, but I also don't know how to read, so I mean it might be my problem. All right. Well, big changes to Space Marines. Right. No. So yeah. So the 522 profile is the new profile. The Storm Shield is the old profile. You basically when you take a Vanguard veteran unit, you pick which one you're going to use. Either the old one, which is the 511 4 attacks, and you can take either a Storm Shield or a pistol, or the new one, which is that you don't get any of those options, but you get the 2 damage melee weapon. And you can take a plasma pistol on one guy. I do hope that they get like kind of a sweet datasheet ability in the new thing, because I do think that they are a little bit weird right now. Yeah, we talked about the Blade Guard change quite a bit. It's much cleaner than the old version. Let's talk about some other factions here, chat. We'll go through Space Marine sub-factions, I think, momentarily. Company of Hunters detachment. You gain assault. When you're selected for fallback move, you're eligible to shoot. If you're mounted, you take an advanced move, you can charge. When you fall back, you can fall back and shoot. Death on the Wind. You can advance and still declare a charge on anything. Talon Strike. You can gain Lance on Adeptus Astartes units. Oh my god, this is chugging along. I didn't download this one. Shroud of Heroes. in Unforgiven Task Force. Gives you a redeploy once per game. Lionel Johnson gains mobile. All secrets revealed. In Mist Wreathed Shadow Realms, that's his up-down. The end of your opponent's turn, if the unit is unengaged, you can use this ability. If you do place him in strategic reserve, he can make an Ingress move in your next phase, including your first turn. Oh, that's different. So it changes the timing to end of turn instead of your command phase, but it allows you to Ingress on your next movement phase. But you can't rapid Ingress him turn 1 still, which is good, because that stratagem explicitly can be used in the first turn. Inner Circle Companions, you gain stealth and -1 to hit in melee. Nephilim Jet Fighters get -1 to be wounded by ranged attacks. It's actually kind of sick. Wait, is that good? Hold up. Is the Nephilim Jet Fighter good, chat? I don't remember which one this one does. I can't keep all the stupid little aircraft straight. He is an actual aircraft, right? He's not a hover vehicle. Yeah, he's an actual aircraft. He shoots a big heavy bolter. He is an Avenger Mega Bolter and can take 1 Nephilim Las Cannon. And he's equipped with Mega Bolter, Black Sword Missiles, a Twin Heavy Bolter, and an Armored Hull for when he fights people. So he gets 10 Sustain 1. So it's 10 Heavy Bolter shots, plus a Twin Heavy Bolter. So plus 3 Heavy Bolter shots that are Twin Linked, plus 2 Strength 8 AP2 D6 damage, or he can replace the 10 shots with D2 Las Cannon shots, which you might not do. How many points? 180. I think that's the issue. If this thing was like, what's the value? Which would be good, like 150. I think unironically you would consider taking this. It's -1 to be wounded. It's T8 -1 to wound. So like little stuff wins on 4s or 5s. Big stuff wins on 4s, right? So it's kind of awkward to engage with. And then it's shooting 13 heavy bolter shots plus 2 like sort of mini, I guess, I don't know, las cannons. Anti-fly 2+ is actually kind of a relevant keyword too. That hits a lot of like relevant stuff in the meta. Tau, like the whole Tau faction gets fucked by that. A lot of Eldar stuff. Even a lot of other Space Marine stuff, right? All the land speeders, all the storm speeders, all that stuff gets hit by this. Huh. That's an interesting little guy there, chat. I think that there's a points value. I don't think at 180 is the points that he's good at, but I think there's a points value. This profile is actually pretty strong, and I don't think it's that far off. Pretty cool. That's kind of sweet. A playable aircraft. Crazy. Crazy. Ravenwing Command Squad gains support, so you can't take it by itself. That seems fine. Ravenwing Dark Shroud gives everyone within 6 inches stealth. Fair enough. Dark Talon Stasis Bomb. At the end of your opponent's fight phase, select one visible enemy unit. I hate this timing because your opponent just gets to tell like what you can actually bomb. Like you have the Stuka Dive Bomber, like the little things that make it scream, and everyone just runs out of the way as soon as your bomber comes in. You select a visible enemy unit, excluding aircraft or lone operative, within 24. The unit's slowed and gets a bunch of bonus, like minus movement penalties and also mortal wounds. But you can just like, because it's the end of your opponent's fight phase, they can try to hide from it. So it's either you put yourself like all in harm's way or they hide. It doesn't give you any agency over the ability, which is kind of awkward. It also requires visibility, so you can use the hidden keyword to actually hide yourself from it. I do like the idea that like it is representing the aircraft coming in. You get a little bit to respond, and then it resolves the effect as it leaves the table, which is kind of cool, right? As a bombing effect, I think that's interesting. But I do wonder at its actual power level. It also slows you until your next movement phase, which is like, but you already took a turn. So, like, I just moved my whole unit and did everything with them, and then you slow them down. You're like, okay. Master of the Ravenwing. Samuel gives his unit mobile, assault, And when he makes an advanced move, it doesn't prevent a unit from being eligible to declare a charge. So he loses the reroll to charge, or the +1 to charge ability, but he gains mobile, which is actually probably kind of similar. Interesting. Where did I get this hat? Warhammer Skulls gave it to me for this year's Skulls thing, actually. But I think you can just buy them online. We'll do Space Wolves next, because they're the next Space Marine chapter that I found. Rules updates. Saga of the Bold. Oh yeah, so what they've done is gone through all these respawn abilities, and so that you become you lose attached and become a single unit when you redeploy, which I imagine that they're going to just do on every single thing that respawns models. Wolf Touch enhancement, +2 to the movement characteristic of the bearer. That's the thing that used to give you the ability to join Wolfen, right? Does it not anymore? I guess not. I thought you could be a Wolfen guy. Yeah. They just got rid of that. Oh, sorry, you can't see my screen. Huh. I mean, nobody did it. But it was cool. Wolf Touch now allows you to join Wolf and Dreadnoughts? How? Wait, what lets you... It's included in the MFM? Oops, where's Militarum? It's in Space Wolves? Is it like in the Wolf Guard Battle Leader thing? No. They moved the ability to the Militarum Field Manual. How did... Ah, I see. You gain leader. Oh, here's the thing, chat. I totally missed that. You're so right. You can now join Wolf and Dreadnoughts. Because Wolf and Dreadnoughts have the Wolfen keyword. Incredible! Is that good? No. Probably not. Is it fun? Yes. He gives like sustained hits and reroll ones to Wolf and Dreadnoughts. Huh. Interesting. They did the same with Grimdar's Mark. I wonder if they did that with Necrons and I just overlooked it. Because the Necrons have 1 million of those, right? In Curse Legion? Yeah, Murder Mind. You become support. Scorpion Destroyer, Locust Destroyer, Affinity Destroyer, Locust Heavy Destroyer. That... Alright. Also, you can't see this either. I don't know. You have to take my word for it, chat. It's off of the off the thing. Is the Destroyer Ankh there? No. Oh, Destroyer Ankh doesn't let you join units. It just gives you the keyword. I don't like this because let's say, for example, I'm a new player and I read that enhancement and I say, I guess like let's look at Murder Mind. What does Murder Mind do? Does it explain? No. And I say, okay, I gain Destroyer called and +3 move. I guess that's okay. And then you see somebody attach it into a unit and you're like, what the fuck? How does that work? And you have to like read between the lines that the Militarum Field Manual adds additional rules text to this ability. I actually don't like this. For the simple fact that having to look in 2 places for what this one enhancement does is really confusing, and I think a lot of people are gonna fuck it up. Yeah, like it's fine. It's probably cleaner, right? Because like I don't know, standardizing the rules is better, but it's gonna be so easy to like not know how these work. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Maybe someday this Militarum will just like be a thing where you can click on these and see what they do, and then it will add this there. Like, why didn't they just say they can just put this like this model has support : these things in this section? Why would they have to do that in the MFM? That's doesn't matter. It's like kind of annoying. So basically, to elucidate people, they took the rules text on all the enhancements. Like, there's a bunch of enhancements that say like you can join X unit now, you can join Terminators now, or you can join Wolfen now, or whatever. They took it off of the enhancement, so it looks like if you were just to open your app and look at this enhancement, you would be like, well, this sucks. I can't attach to the units that I want to attach to anymore. They've nerfed it. However, if you look in the Militarum field manual, it has this text, which doesn't explain what it means or what it does. I'm sure they're adding, there's like a fucking section and a subclause somewhere very deep in the rulebook where it's like, if you have an enhancement that says leader : X in the Militarum field manual, it actually transfers those leader keywords to your datasheet. I'm sure it's somewhere in there. But if I didn't know to look in the Militarum field manual for this ability, and I just looked in the app that they want us to fucking use, they're like trying to wean everyone off non-app date, like rule sources so hard. I have no fucking idea what this enhancement does because it doesn't say it. It only says it here. It has half of the effect of the enhancement here and half of the effect of the enhancement here. So, like, if I was a new player who had no experience with this, and I didn't know to look at an entirely different document for exactly what this is supposed to do, I would have no fucking idea. I would have just literally no idea. And I'm, like, trying to figure out how my opponent's attaching Cryptex into Locust Destroyers or whatever, and I just can't figure it out. Yeah. That's so stupid. I don't know. Like, pick one, dude. I don't like the app. I think the app is bad. But if they're just going to be like, hey, we're doing rules in the app, then I guess I'll use it. But, like, I would prefer that the MFM have all the rules, but the MFM has half the rules, and the app has half the other rules. It's like, pick one. Put your shit on Warhammer Community or put your shit on the 40K app. Don't do half and half. Don't go halvesies on it. That's fucking dumb. That's the problem we've always had. Every time editions get like this. We're already like this, and we're fucking 1 month into 11th. Where, like, you have to look at 7 different documents to determine what your army does, right? I have a faction pack, I have a codex, I have a codex addendum, I have a balanced data slate, I have a core rules update, I have an event FAQ, and I have a Militarum field manual update. I have 7 things I could be looking at, and they all tell me what my abilities do. Put it in one place, G-dub. What the fuck? I don't know. Make a living rule document that you update and pick one of them and don't do 7 and then put half of your updates in one of them and half of them in the other one. That's purely for a readability, like from a readability standpoint, this is like mind-boggling to me. That's crazy. I don't understand.
Edriong 6931 donated $5 through Super Chat. You need to wait till the new Warhammer world is built and then track to the top of the building to get the sacred text from James.
It's like a pyramid. I go to the top of the tower. I get the correct rules for the murder mind enhancement inscribed on a stone tablet. Incredible. Oh my god. That's funny. The good super chat. Anyway, that's confusing. Yeah, it should be noted here, like how that works, right? Because this just does say change 2, add +2 movement. It doesn't say it includes the leader effect. If I was to read my faction pack, I would be under the impression that this enhancement is a pure statistical modifier, a pure characteristic modifier. It has no other effect. I have to go through and read a separate document to determine what my ability does. That's dumb, chat. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. The tablet is out of date by the time I get down. They've already changed it. And like check Warhammer community. We've already released an update to this. But G-Dub, it's literally set in stone. What the fuck? That's so funny. Black Templars looks got one rules change. They changed a thing. I think when an enemy moves within 8 to 9 inches, 9 to 8 inches. They forgot a couple of these because their find and replace didn't work very well. So a couple of these snuck through. I bet they're just going to clean those up in the places where they exist. We talked about Space Wolves. We talked about Black Templars. Blood Angels? Is it Blood Angels exist? This is it. No, there's no rhyme or reason to the order in which these are posted. Here's Blood Angels. Changes to rules updates. Angelic Inheritor's Detachment. Ordained Sacrifice does the thing where it detaches you from the unit. Fair enough. Sanguinary Guard melee weapons apparently changed. Did they? Where were they originally? Four, 6-2, 6-3-2, or 6-2-2 Lance. I don't know. That feels like it might have been a mistake. Angelic Host, upon Wings of Fire, lets you ingress move on the first turn. Wait, is turn one up down just like returning to the game in general? Not in most cases, because they didn't change like the Vanguard Spearhead up down, for example. Huh. Fascinating. Hey! And Sanguinar can move after using his ability. Let's go. So he had a problem where, for those who don't know about this, I think like a bunch of people made videos on this. I think I know that like Hellstorm Wargaming made a video about it. Sanguinar's ability, because makes an ingress move, and ingress moves explicitly prevent you from moving again until the start of the next charge phase. Because he ingress moves in your opponent's charge phase, he cannot then move until your next charge phase, because the next charge phase is going to be yours on the subsequent turn. So when he uses his ability to like intervene out of reserve into melee, he got trapped. He's stuck there. But fortunately, they fixed that. It was clearly an oversight, and it clearly wasn't supposed to work that way, because otherwise it would be bad and stupid. So that's nice that they're updating that. You know what I didn't see, though? Exactly what we said they wouldn't change yesterday, which was the precision thing. There's a lot of funny stuff, and not getting fixed. Are those all of the Space Marines? I think they are. All right. We'll just go down the line from here then. Sanguinar no longer a statue. I always thought about, if anybody played Slay the Spire, my friends and I play that all the time. We were playing in the Discord server yesterday. There's one boss in Slay the Spire that's just a statue, and he does nothing for the first like 3 turns of the game, and then he just like beats the shit out of you. So you get like a bunch of turns to set up. And he's like this, you know, sort of classical style statue. Is the artwork, and I always thought about the Sanguinar every time I looked at that guy, because it's like very similar art style, right? It's this classic Renaissance sort of thing, kind of Greco-Roman artwork, and he just stands there for a bit and he looks at you. He's unable to do anything while you're running around. Virulent Victorium. End of your command phase, if a Death Guard unit is controlling objective, the objective is secured. Oh, they changed objective marker to be objective. That's good. Because everyone argued. Technically, it says that it's not. It doesn't say objective marker. It says objective, and objective is like or it says objective marker to objective, and objective marker is an actual game term. It's a 40mm puck, and because none of those are on the table, you don't get OBSEC. Go fuck yourself. Of course, you're supposed to get OBSEC. Destro Terminators lost the ability to ramp and ingress 6 inches. Unfortunate. Mortarion moved his reactive move from 9 to 8. His reactive shooting now gives you -1 ballistic skill when you resolve it. Okay, fair enough. Seems good. Adepta Sororitas. Sanctified Orders. Hangiaman effects enhancement. Applies to a character model. Okay. Army of Faith, Light of the Emperor, which is the ignore modifiers. Change to 2. Jesus, they get fucked, really? This is ignore profile characteristic, weapon skill, ballistic skill characteristics, and modifiers to any roll or test made for it. 2 command points, really? I feel like, here's what I feel like. I feel like maybe you can do the 2, like you do 2 versions, right? Because they have a lot of those, all these stratagems that are now like, when you use the stratagem, choose 1. 1 Adeptus Sororitas unit gets X. 1 jump pack unit extends it as an aura. I wish it, instead of just making it 2 command points for every use case, they only made it the use case where it affects your whole army. This is like really brutal to this attachment, honestly. Blinding Radiance makes infantry, not everything, -1 to be wounded, to be hit. Bro, dude, Adeptus Sororitas weren't even doing that well. What the fuck? And you nerfed Morbidval. What are these changes? Divine Intervention. You can return 1 destroyed character model from your unit to the battlefield unengaged as close as possible to where it was destroyed. That model is not part of a attached unit. It has a strike strength of 1. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so that's good. That cleans up the wording of this stratagem because this stratagem was fucked. Because it's like early 10th edition terminology, which is not really supported anymore. Penitent Host. Catechism of Divine Penitence can only be enhanced to a Canonist, Palatine, Ministerial Priest. I don't even know what that does, but probably whatever. How do miracle dice work during the attack sequence? I think this was in the, probably just copy pasted from the Tacoma FAQ. During an attack sequence, the Adeptus Sororitas player's attacking unit can use active faith when making hit rolls. They can substitute a die from any given group of attacks before making the roll. Wound rolls, where they can substitute a die from any given group of hits before making the roll. Or damage rolls, so they can substitute a die for a single damage roll before making the roll. Yeah, importantly, you have to slow your damage basically all the time. So if you have rerolls or something on damage, you have, because damage is explicitly applied 1 at a time by the attack sequence, you have to roll 1 at a time. You don't get to know what your future damage is before modifying your damage characteristics. Or rerolling or whatever. Player can target unit can use active faith when making save rolls, or they substitute a single dice for any given group of wounding attacks before making the save roll. A little bit, not as powerful as it was last edition, but also cleaned up the wording. Pretty nice. Judith Aeroida gives you stealth and -1 to be hit. Neat. Nerfs the Army of Faith blow my fucking mind, though. That's crazy. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't get it, chat. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Thousand Suns? Defiler. Removed field opaque 6-up. It's kind of weird that it got that, right? Like, that felt like it should be on the Death Guard one, if anything. But it's like, I guess, it's prescient. And it can see where you're going to attack. So it avoids it, so it doesn't take as much damage. Okay. Whatever. Destroyer of Futures gives it free Overwatch, and the Overwatch is... Oh, no, counteroffensive. Oh. That's different. Not Overwatch. You can interrupt for 1 command point. Ew, boy, that's less good. Okay, that's big. Ritual of Regeneration, Eruption of Vitality. When the model is destroyed, it detaches. There's another Ritual of Regeneration effect that I believe is broken right now, but maybe they fix it. Umbrellific Crystal goes into strategic reserve, has deep strike until the start of your next shooting phase, and can make an ingress move in your next movement phase. including if it's your first turn. Oh, there you go. Nice. Good job, Umberlific Crystal. Warp Meld Pact. Sorcerer Infernal Master Bear has Scout 6 inches. Twisted Mirage changes 9 to 8 inches. I think that's the thing where you come out of Deep Strike or come out of reserve near them. Kara's Fate Weaver has his abilities changed. Okay. So there's a thing in Ritual of Regeneration, and I don't believe it's ever been ruled on. Let me see if I can find what it is. It's an enhancement. Yeah. It's this enhancement, which heals as a result of Sorceress Invigoration. Add 3 to the number of wounds healed. So the problem is that the ability heals your unit, but the effect heals your model. So it's unclear whether you succeeding a ritual is the model with the ability healing the unit, or if this effect only works if explicitly that sorcerer is healing. In which case, +3 to healing is like worthless because all your sorcerers are fucking 4 wounds. So, like, it would be like, I guess if you could heal and regen your bodyguards and you explicitly had a wounded, you had the healing going on the character himself, it would maybe bring more bodyguards back. But I don't know if they have changed that in the healing rules. I guess it's actually probably worth looking up. It's in the regaining wounds thing. Yeah, so it would be like, I think if the character is alone and heals and succeeds a ritual and heals himself, he can bring more bodyguards back, I think is how it works. But it's like sort of weird. I don't know. I'm not sure why it would work that way, honestly. So the issue is that, like, model and unit are typically simultaneous in 40k if it's a single entity. So if your unit is destroyed and only the character is alive, and then the character regenerates, it would be D3 plus 3. Even if it affects models other than himself. Right? But, like, it's weird that that's, like... I don't know. It's kind of hard to parse. The other thing too is that, like, in only very rare circumstances is healing an individual sorcerer, if it's not meant to affect the bodyguard unit, healing an individual sorcerer D3 plus 3 rather than D3 is very rarely relevant because oftentimes they don't have enough wounds to do that anyway. So it feels like it should either be this model's unit or it should be clarified more. But I know that, like, there's a lot of events have ruled on that in different ways, which is always confusing. Anyway, could have used something there, but we didn't get it. AdMech. The healing rule says it specifies a model. No, but I don't think you're understanding the issue, chat. The issue is that the rule doesn't heal models. It heals your unit, right? So the core issue, the core of the problem is that this heals your unit, and the stratagem like modifies the number of wounds healed on the model. But the healing doesn't go on the model. The healing goes on the unit. So the roll for D3 wounds healing goes to the unit, not the model. So, like, healing a model is like when you have a tech marine and he repairs, right? He picks one vehicle model in the unit and it regains X number of wounds. This is not that effect, but this enhancement is written like it is. So it's, like, very confusing. So I think how it's supposed to go is that because you individually assign healed wounds to miniatures, it goes like down the line. So if you start with the Psyker healing, then you heal D3 plus 3 to the unit, right? Because that model is healing from the wounds being applied to the unit. But if you start with a bodyguard model remaining and the wounds would hit the bodyguards first, then it doesn't add the plus 3. I guess I don't know what happens if you have a wounded bodyguard and also a wounded character. Then it might actually add the plus 3 because you can target the healing onto the character and then add the 3 to it, which then affects the bodyguards, right? It's just fucked. It's just fucked because they didn't pay attention to what like their model or unit wording was. The reason for that being, of course, that it's like if a rule states that a model heals or regains a number of wounds, only that model can regain the number of wounds. The rule that's healing you doesn't say that. It says the unit regains a number of wounds. It only comes to play if Epic Challenge was attempted and failed. I think that's true. Oh, no, it could also come to play if you are an Exalted Sorcerer, right? Because Exalted Sorcerers bring back bodyguard models to their unit. So you could have a Exalted Sorcerer whose bodyguard is destroyed. He, for example, like takes damage from overspill damage or he attempts a ritual and fails or whatever, then regenerates a model later, then does a successful ritual. He could heal both himself and the bodyguard unit. Is that D3 or D3 plus 3? I have no fucking idea. I think it's D3 plus 3 rules as written, but I don't know if it's supposed to be D3 plus 3. Like, that's just funky. It's funky and silly. Anyway, chat. Let's go to Adeptus Mechanicus. It says when the ability is used for the unit, this model regains D3 plus 3. No. That's not what it says. It says that when that model regains wounds as a result of the ability, you increase the number of wounds healed by 3. I'm gonna look at it one more time and then we're gonna move on because this is a silly conversation. Ooh, come back. So it's add 3 to the number of wounds healed when this model heals as a result of the ability. So if I have, for example, a sorcerer on 1 and 1 rubric unit model remaining in the unit, right? I can heal him, or let's say I have a sorcerer on 1 and a bodyguard. If I heal the sorcerer, the healing I'm applying to the unit goes to D3 plus 3, right? So the sorcerer would go from 3 to 4, then you would heal, 5 on the unit or whatever. Yeah. I guess the other thing, because healing, I believe, is applied 1 wound at a time. The other way you could read this is that I think it heals like D3 times 3 on that model only. I mean, I believe that's how a healing is applied. It's in the profile thing, right? And regaining wounds. I wish I could like bookmark and then go back and forth between these. So it's like, no, not random. Regaining. For each wound healed, if the unit has one or more models without not as full runes remaining, select one of them. It regains 1 lost wound. So the other probably very reasonable wording is that it only affects the character, but it adds 3 to each wound healed. So the character immediately goes to full every single time. So let's say I have a 1 wound character and a bodyguard unit, and I heal for D3. I decide that the first wound healed is going to go on the 1 wound character. He heals for 1 plus 3, so goes to full, and then the rest of the healing goes to the unit. I also don't know if that's the intended wording, but I believe that also would be a viable reading of that rule. Wild chat. I don't understand. I don't know. You allocate the +3 to the character first, and then let the D3 heal the actual unit. But the excess healing, I don't believe, like, doesn't disappear, right? So if I have additional healing that is affecting the unit, which is how the healing that affects that from the detachment ability works, and I increase the number of wounds that are regained. I actually think that the second wording is actually correct. Because it says when or each time. I hate this. Why are we looking at this? This does not even matter. It's when this model heals as a result of Sorcerer's Invigoration, add 3 to the number of wounds healed. But I think it adds to the total. I think yeah. I don't think it adds to the individual activations, because then you like multiply them, right? Then it goes infinite on that one model specifically. I think how it's supposed to work is that if the Psyker heals at all, then you increase the total number of wounds by 3, right? Nothing says that that the healing only affects himself. So the Sorcerer's Invigoration rule heals the unit for D3 instances of 1 wound. This effect essentially says you increase that by 3 if any of those wounds are applied to this model. So I believe how it works is that if you have the sorcerer who has wounds lost, and he heals as a result of the ability, then the total number of wounds is increased by 3. Inky's here. What's up, kitty? I think that's how it ends up going. It is like very extremely niche. It's not a very good stratagem, to be fair. But it's like annoying that they just they use model and unit back alternatively, and it really messes up how the resolution of the effect. If you precision a character, leave him on 1, and kill a rubric, you can use the ability, bring the character back up by 3, then gain a rubric. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, let's say you precision a character, and the character takes only 1 damage because your precision is fucked. I believe, by my reading, that means that you use the ability, the detachment ability, to heal the unit. You apply 1 of those healed wounds to the character, and you then increase the total number of wounds healed by 3, which means that you can then heal the remainder of the D3 plus 3 onto the bodyguards. Because he is the healing in its totality affects the unit, and it is improved if any of that healing hits the character himself. I don't understand what would cause the remaining 2 wins to fall off. This is a stupid conversation. We're going to move on. But I don't understand why the additional healing would not affect the remainder of the unit, because the reason for that is that the ability that you're using to heal is affecting the unit, right? It doesn't say anywhere that this model heals for 3. It says that when this model is healed by the effect, the total number of wounds is increased by 3. Those wounds are affecting the whole unit, because this affects units, not models. If this said, any number of models inside the target unit or whatever can heal for D3, I would agree with you 100%. But it doesn't say that. It says the unit heals for D3, and the enhancement affects the number of wounds healed by the ability, which affects the unit. So, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, to be fair. I don't think anyone's really playing this. I saw one person playing it, and I believe that he had it ruled that it affected his whole unit all the time. I'm not going to name names, but I did see somebody who was arguing that because it's a relatively expensive enhancement with a very niche effect, What it should do is say each time this model's unit heals as a result of Sorcerer's Invigoration, increase the number of wounds healed by 3, which I don't think is a valid reading of this ability at all. To be clear, I don't think that effect works at all. You absolutely must apply healing to the character himself in order for this to do anything at all. It's just like exactly where those wounds can go is super duper nebulous. Yeah, I don't think it makes that much of a sense. Yeah, I would love. Yeah, I was surprised when I saw other things change, but not this. Right? I was surprised when I saw this get updated, but not this, because I guarantee you that this has been asked of people in the GW orbit, in the recent times, who I have explicitly even seen have conversations about it. Anyway, folks, let's move on. Adeptus Mechanicus. I also would like that effect to be like relevant too, and I do think that the reading where if you heal the character, the unit gets more wounds back, I think is actually like, it's not too bad, right? It's not good, but it means that like if you ever lose the unit and then the character spikes on invulns, he gets like an extra rubric back or something, which is like not nothing, right? It's something, and I think that's probably okay. Rad Zone Core has been changed to, let's actually look at the total wording of this. So this is the thing where you can either choose to become battle shocked for the first round, or you can take mortal wounds. So if you take cover, you only take mortal wounds on a 5. You are battle shocked. If you do not take cover, you are not battle shocked, but you take mortal wounds on a 3. But the difference, I think, is that it used to be battle shocked permanently for the entire first round, and then retest battle shock at the start of the second round, which was fucking brutal. If you went second and you got Rad Zone bombarded and took cover, you would be battle shocked potentially until the start of round 3. If you failed the retest at the end of round 2, oh boy. So they changed it so that you're just normally battle shocked, and you'll just immediately test to unbattle shock. So it doesn't automatically affect you for a full round, which is good, because that was really gross. Skitarii Hunter Cohort gives everything stealth. Fair enough. Doctrina Imperatives get added to a bunch of stuff. Fair enough. Belisarius Call gets mobile. We love that for him. Cybernetica Datasmith. No longer rotates vehicle if his castle robots are dead. Why does he do that at all? It's so that anti-vehicle like combi weapons don't fuck him up, I guess. But it's really weird because he loses the ability to go through walls. It's just very funny. They should have given him mobile. I don't know why they didn't. Castle and robots. When an enemy in a target's unit range attacks until the enemy is shot. When this unit makes a save roll. Oh, because it used to be effective invulnerable saves, I believe. On unmodified 6, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound after the attack. Yeah. Seems good. I don't really know why random stuff is reddened. But I don't know if I'm going to necessarily go all the way through. Does Tulia Gold have mobile? Oh, hello. That's weird. Battle Round 1 is a picture in the app. Check this out, chat. If you click on Battle Round 1, it just says Battle Round 1. It's like somebody copy-pasted the Battle Round 1 title and just pasted it in the app as a picture. That's very strange. I thought that Tulia Gold also got mobile. Does she not have that keyword? Oh, it's an ability, right? Oh, she does have it. Neat. Well, that's good. Did she get it previously? I thought that she didn't have it. And I don't see it in the rules changes here, but I guess it's fine. I mean, it's in the app, so it's probably okay. It's good that they now have a keyword for it, so they don't have to specify that, like, Tulia Gold miniatures can move through walls in the Ruin rule. The mobile keyword's much nicer. Moving on. Adeptus Titanicus. The Adeptus Titanicus faction pack got an update. Hey! You now gain a force disposition. We talked about them being silly because they didn't get one, but they've changed it. You don't get an attachment, but you can take and hold. Let's go. I'm allowed to play Adeptus Titanicus again without physically breaking the game. Yay! Everyone's favorite faction is back on top, baby. Incredible. Let's go. Imperial agents. Rhino, Chimera, and Sister Battle Emulator gain frame. They forgot that? That's embarrassing. Calidus Assassin. I think what they needed to do is, like, for all these things that changed keywords, is go through and just be like, okay, we're doing the frame pass. And they go through every datasheet and they think, should this have frame? And then they do it. It seems like they just, like I said, they sort of did all their updates all at once, and it's really easy to miss stuff at that point. But at least they're fixing it now, I guess. Calidus Assassin can fall back, move D6 inches. If it is more than 3 inches away from all enemy units, you can use the ability if you do place it in reserve. It can make an ingress move in your next movement phase, including first turn, so you can up down turn 1. Let's go. What a time to be alive. Cool. Pretty neat. Chaos Knights. What do we got going on for Chaos Knights over here? Storm of Darkness gives you stealth and -1 to be hit in Traitorous Lance. Okay. Night Abominant Vulcanite Disintegrator gains ignore cover. Sick. Whoa! Night Desecrator Laser Destroyer gains devastating wounds against monstrous vehicles. Spooky. Obsessive Ruthlessness. You ignore ballistic skill and hit and wound roll modifiers when targeting monsters or vehicles. What is the original wording of Obsessive Ruthlessness? That's the Desecrator? That's the Questoris chassis knight, right? Who has the big laser and the melee weapon? Oh, yeah. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. What am I looking at right now? Yeah. And then he can choose either to take the sword or the fist. So his ability already is it gains devastating wounds. Now he just has devastating wounds all the time, and he ignores modifiers when attacking monsters and vehicles. It is all attacks or ranged attacks? Ranged attacks. Okay. So he just hits on 3s, and if he rolls a 6, you're fucked. Basically, just straight up, and then that's it. Sweet. That's pretty cool. I like that. Night Ruinator. The Dark Flame Lance. Is D6 plus 6, 8, 1, 2. Ignore cover torrent. What is it previously? D6 plus 3? 2d6. Yeah. Terror Pulse Missiles. Also changed to D6 plus 6, 8, 2, 2. Oh. Wait, that's a glow up. He basically gets like plus 3 shots on all his weapons, 3 to 4 shots on all his weapons. He also gives all War Dogs plus 1 AP, targeting the closest eligible target on all attacks. And gains wound rerolls against a specific enemy. Wait, is Night Ruinator good? Hold up. That is a lot of shooting with wound rerolls. It's all strength 8, but it's like strength 8 situationally twin linked. Probably not. Is it cool? Yes, very much so. That's neat. I don't know if like making changes to the most mediocre of Chaos Knights is the way to go, but you know, we're getting somewhere. Night Abominant actually getting ignore cover is kind of sweet. Let's see. Black Templars. Astra Militarum. We're just going down the line, Chan. We're going from the top to the bottom. We're about halfway through the faction packs, I think, right now. We started with all of the Space Marine stuff, and then we moved on. The chain. Oh, this doesn't say it has any rules updates. I guess we'll take a quick peek, but it seems like it might just be the same. Just the same. Okay. Get wrecked, Astra Militarum. You got points cuts. I guess that's all you get. Why is it even an update then? That's weird. Did they add anything? Bunch of changes for Drukhari. Post-mortality stratagem has the same regeneration clause that we see previously. Raider, Ravager, and Venom gain frame. Great. Archon Shadowfield changes to, while it has an invulnerable save, it cannot reroll save rolls. When this model loses a wound, excluding for mortal wounds, it has no invulnerable save till the end of the battle. Sick. I think that like the Archon Shadowfield is actually kind of insane. If you have single damage, like a single attack profile into him, if he has an attached unit, as long as he has like 3 or 4 dudes in his unit, it's almost impossible for you to kill him in one activation, which is crazy. Because he's going to assign 1s to his bodyguard models first. It's very Drukhari, to be clear. He then eats all the 2 pluses on his invuln save. So he's actually, assuming you have to punch through like 5 Cavalite Warriors or Incubi or something to kill him, he's actually basically invincible. Unless you have a billion different attack profiles that are going to force him to like reassign allocation groups every time. He's like super tough to kill. Pretty cool. Scourges with shard carbines. Is that do they deep strike 9 inches away from people awkwardly? Oh, it says that if they are set up within... It said that if they were set up within 9 inches of an enemy, they couldn't deep strike. Or they couldn't charge, but now it says 8 inches, that makes sense. Does the Venom's aerialist ability allow a unit to embark on the transport even if disembark from a transport this turn? Yes. I think there was a core rule FAQ that also explicitly stated that. Neat. Genestealer cults. Please change their entire army ability. Thank you. Nice. They did it. 2 tourney wins. Yeah, they're 8 tier, dude. Astra Militarum 8 tier. I don't know. Astra Militarum 8 tier faction with two consecutive tournament wins and also got points cuts. I think you're doing okay. Genestealer cults. For every model excluding character models in a unit has the cult ambush ability, you can spend a relevant number of resurgence points to based on the unit's starting strength, not including attached character models. Add a new unit to your army identical to the destroyed unit, excluding its character models. And it shows up 8 inches away from enemies. The awkward part about this is that if you have difficult to kill characters, then sometimes the unit doesn't die, so you can't recur them yet. So if you're like, I have a character who has an invuln save, and you like eat all your attacks, and the invuln save tanks all the hits, the character's like, I'm alive, and the rest of the unit's like, no, stay down. Just take one for the team so we can recur. You fucker. Funny. It's funny and silly. I believe, though, if you're like an abominant and then you die and come back, then because you deattach when you come back, then you end up allowing yourself to recur the aberrant unit you came from, which is interesting. Normal stuff. Other than that, I'm sure there are more open questions for Genestealer cults. I don't know them off the top of my head, but that does feel like it's a little bit straightforward. Shadow of Chaos army rule. Well, a friendly Legionis Demonica unit is within your army Shadow of Chaos. Each time that unit makes a battle shock roll, it gets +1 to the battle shock roll. If that roll is successful, 1 model in the unit heals D3. If it's a battle line unit and the roll is successful, D3 models are returned. So the new updated healing wording. Demonic Incursion allows you to up down in the first battle round, which it already did, I believe. It basically is like we're fixing a lot of the healing mechanics. Thief of Pain. When an enemy unit targets a Legionis Demonica / unit, excluding monsters vehicles. Or when a friendly Legionis Demonica / unit, excluding monsters vehicle, suffers a mortal wound. That's the trigger. Scintillating Legion. Infernal Puppeteer. When your unit is selected to shoot while an enemy unit is visible to a friendly Legionis Demonica Tzeentch unit, that enemy unit has +9 detection range until this unit has shot. Oh. That's not very good. Oh, no. So it used to be you would measure range and line of sight from the friendly Tzeentch unit. Now it just gives you extra detection range. So both units have to be in line of sight of the target, and then you just get shot back by your opponent. Oh, Scintillating Legion, RIP. That's really funny because I was like, should I play Scintillating Legion? It looks really fun. RIP. Interesting.
At Fate Weaver 9 donated $5 through Super Chat. Who do I have to kidnap to get GW to update the poor soul grinder to have the same movement / ability as the Defiler already?
One of the life's great mysteries. The thing is that, like, it doesn't even really matter for the soul grinder because the Defiler is so fast that he can clear dense terrain features. But the soul grinder is so slow that he's gonna have to go around them anyway because he's got to like sidle his base around all the little terrain, the terrain bits. The number of times I've seen like the soul grinder be like, oh, if I moved through that terrain feature, I could, checks notes, move so that my base is clipping through the back edge of the terrain feature and I have to go to the side anyway. It's just like, it just needs to be faster also. It needs to have that ability and also be faster. Not to say that the soul grinder is necessarily that bad. For a 14 wound, 4+ save invulnerable, like 4+ invulnerable save, like big goober, he's kind of cheap. And he hits pretty well in melee too. So, I don't know. I think the soul grinder's perfectly adequate. I don't think he's massively... I don't think he's terrible, and I don't think he's very good. He's just normal. The Defiler moves so fast because his base only fits in 4 spots of the map. But the Soul Grinder has the same base. It is move 8. He's move 8 with no... He move over, I think, 4-inch tall terrain. Right? Because he has Scuttling Walker. Just look him up real quick. I think he's got the 4-inch version. To be fair, I think in the new terrain layouts that GW makes, he moves over terrain features that are 4 inches or less in height, which is, I think, like half the terrain features on the new layouts. So it's actually not too bad. He can muck through a bunch of stuff. But it is funny. Let's find some rules changes for these guys. Page 131. Fuck me. Who's the guy in the Invitational? Ralbin. R.I.P. Ralbin just got knocked out, but that Soul Grinder had a good run. Got knocked out in the game yesterday. By the way, chat, if you want to watch a roller coaster ride of a game of 40k, holy shit, watch it last night's game. It was fucking sick. It was crazy, dude. Really, really fun game of 40k. I think it was an uphill battle for Grey Knights, but they locked in when it came to purging demons, and they got a bunch of exact, like, to the wound kills that were massive. The Defiler doesn't have a 4-inch minimum, but the Soul Grinder does, chat. You have to keep up. Let's go to World Eaters. Demons, it seems like the changes to stratagems are basically the only rules changes that they got. The stratagems and healing stuff. The actual rules change page was blank. He got knocked out because the Soul Grinder didn't move far enough. That's so true. If only that Soul Grinder had moved 12 instead of 8. Ralbin would have still been in it. We would have got to watch him play against Necrons again. Cult of Blood, the Butcher Lord enhancement gives a bear infiltrator. What the fuck is that? I don't even know that. Cult of Blood. There's too many detachments in this game now. I don't know what they do. Oh, this is the cultist detachment where you can like get bonuses off of your big guys. Butcher Lord is an infantry model that gives the bearer infiltrators. Oh, but yeah, okay. Oh, but this is the thing that lets him. Oh, fuck it, we did it again. It's the thing that lets him join Goremongers, right? And he gains infiltrators, then gains Goremongers on his leader thing. But his leader thing has been moved to the Militarum Field Manual. God fucking damn it, dude. Now we have to do the whole thing where we go to the Militarum Field Manual, we go to the World Leader section, we scroll down, we look at Cult of Blood, Leader Goremongers. Cool. That's annoying. I hate that. Also, Corn Demonkin got the same thing. It just looks like a nerf, but it actually is. They just moved where the rule is from being off of where you read what the stratagem does. Yeah, okay. Okay, whatever. Adeptus Custodes. Changes to Ares gunship. Let's go. Removed frame. Infernus Firebomb's ability. One visible enemy unit, excluding aircraft and operative within 24 inches of this unit. Can have the benefit of cover until the end of your next shooting phase. Roll 1d6. Ooh, a little chill. For each model in the enemy unit, for each 6, you suffer mortal wounds. I guess removing cover is okay. But, unfortunate that you drop the gunship, you shoot with the gunship, and then you remove cover. Very good. Thank you. The bombing abilities that give you debuffs feel like, unless the debuff is relevant, like in this case, I guess it's okay. But it's like, I don't know. It's the thing that most notably would benefit from ignore cover, which is this big fucking laser cannon airplane, doesn't get the benefit of its own abilities effectively. I mean, it will the next turn, but the first time it drops in, which is the time that it's relevant, it doesn't get the thing because it needs to have flown over them already. I don't know. It just feels weird. The ones that do damage is like what kind of whatever, but the ones where you have to debuff the target, and especially if the gunship himself would be the number one thing in the board benefiting from the debuff. It's very strange. It's like weird design. It doesn't feel like the play pattern is quite there. I wonder if it would be more interesting if it was a smaller, like if it was 18 or 15, I guess 16, I think. 16 allows you to place the effect anywhere on the board when you arrive, right? As long as you arrive close enough to the target. And you have to be visible, so if they're hidden, they can't get it. And I wonder if you reduce the range of the effect, if you could do it when you come in. Stripping cover on your 500-point gunship when the gunship arrives, I think is probably not that at the end of the world. I think it's probably okay. But then it at least makes the unit strong, right? The idea is that you bomb the thing and shoot it, and then move jump out. Oh, you are right, chat. It does say end of movement phase. Hold up. So does it have a different timing than the jet fighter? Which one? What were we looking at that slows people down? The stasis bomb guy. Is it the slowy downy guy? What the fuck were we looking at? It's not the Void Raven, right? So this one, for example, does work end of fight phase. This is confusing. Yeah. All right. Oh, you're so right, chap. So, like, awkwardly, this one works end of movement. This one works end of fight. Why are some of them end of movement? I mean, the end of movement is much stronger because you have to ignore cover for people and then shoot them, which is like exactly my complaint. So I shouldn't have a complaint here. This is fine. It's just confusing that some of the bombs are different timing. And I guess I just assumed that all the timing was the same, but I guess they're just like random. They're just randomly at different times. I don't get it. I mean, this is good. It's good that it does this because stripping cover for people before you shoot them is better than stripping cover for people after you shoot them. And then having to like set up for a whole turn and remember that they ignore cover. Like this is obviously, I think, how most of these should work. But it is weird that it's like unique in that it's like the only bomb that works during movement. I think it's the other Ravenwing bomber. The Dark Talon, is that right? Yeah. This one. It was the Dark Talon. Which has the stasis bomb, which hits your opponent after they move. What? Why? I mean, it lets you position around their movement later, but they've already fucking moved. They've taken a whole turn. Why does it slow them before they move? Obviously, like their next movement phase will get hit, but like that was the weird thing, is that like this is the timing that every other bomb has. End of movement phase, end of fight phase, even if it affects something that won't come into play for another battle round. I don't know. It's just weird. I don't think that Gibbs Workshop put a lot of thought into the flying mechanics. They did clearly for the Ares gunship though, because that one seems like it's pretty good. All right, we're looking at Custodes FAQ. Oh no. Anathema Psychonic Rhino, Venerable Land Raider, gain frame. Virtus Praetors don't lose frame? Uh-oh. Oh, they don't have it in the app. Who knows what's supposed to have fucking frame, chat? I don't know. I guess did they have like the keyword section here that said Virtus Praetors, and then the change is that they cut it out of the Virtus Praetors thing? They cut Virtus Praetors out of this section. Dumb and silly. Yeah, it used to say jet bikes, but it doesn't anymore. You have to read between the lines. You have to pay attention to the stuff that's not there. Oh well. Interesting. Changes to Necrons. That's a negative amount of thoughts, yeah. you have to pay attention to the thought that they put into the rules that's missing. The Murder Mind enhancement. Yep, they removed the part that gives you leader because the gen lets you lead other stuff. Cool. Relativistic. Relativistic? Wait a minute. That's not how you spell that. It's in Pantheon? Is that actually misspelled? Is that how you spell it? Is that how you spell relativistic, chat? With 2 E's? No way. Oh, you can't see. Relativistic. What the fuck? Is relativistic a word? Relativistic? No. I just misspelled it. It's high gothic, chat. You wouldn't understand. You don't get it. It's a more advanced form of communication. That's so fucking funny. That's incredible. What a time to be alive. Anyway. Re-AI tipistic. Got him. Listen, Big Mac daiquiris are going to be great with enhancements, okay? Changes to our Necrons. Army rolls. Dark Magpie Studios, the Cryptek and Silly Destroyers, but chat, it says they removed the part where he can join destroyers. How could we possibly find out what his leader abilities are? There's no way. If I look in the app, it says Murder Mine doesn't change my support effects. So how could I possibly discover if it changes them at all? I wouldn't have to look at a separate, unrelated document, would I? There's no reason. Reanimation protocols. Let's go. When your reanimation protocols activate, you heal D3 wounds. Sick. No more extra words, which is good. I like that. Insanity's Ire. When your opponent's face when an enemy unit, the target of friendly unengaged destroyer color fighter when unit is shot, you can move surge move to D6. Yeah, there's like a weird thing that happens where you could like do it while there are some weird timings with some of these effects, which like let you move in weird times. Veil of Darkness, you can ingress on the first turn. Protocol of the Eternal Revenant, you detach from your unit. We love that for them. They did change the Abominant, right? I actually didn't see that in the Genestealer call update, but maybe I missed it. MFM isn't even a separate document, it's a separate website. It's so true. Annihilation Barge and Doomsday Arc and stuff all got frame. We love that. Chronomancer, Geomancer, or Kin the Diviner, Plasmancer gained leader and support. You can remove the attached this model, even if a Royal Warden or Noble unit has already attached, because you have now the support ability. Locust Lord, Overlord to Translocation Shroud. When a unit resurrects, that reanimation protocols activate. The unit heals D6 wounds instead of D3. You cannot resurrect more than one unit per turn. Oh, huh. So even if you have multiple resurrection orbs, is that? That's weird. Because it previously was that. I guess we can look at like Overlord with the resurrection orb. Monster battle while leading a unit, at the end of any phase, you can resurrect that unit. If it's on the battlefield, when you do, the unit's reanimation protocols are activated. You cannot resurrect more than one unit per turn. Oh, okay, yeah, that timing worked. So even if I have multiple resurrection orbs, I can't target all of them at the same time. I actually didn't know that. Straight up, did not know. Had no idea. I'm sure someone has done that against me, where they reanimate like two different units separately. Huh. Or resurrect, not reanimate. Obviously, reanimation is resurrecting reanimates you, but reanimating doesn't necessarily resurrect you. It's different. That's interesting. Transcendent Catan, transdimensional displacement in your movement phase. The advanced move has no maximum distance. Oh, interesting. So they changed the Catan shard from being an up-down to being an infinite move advance. You must be more than 8 inches horizontally from all enemy units. Fascinating. There's no way to advance and charge on non-Nightbringer Catan shards, right? We don't have any way to like do weird shit after we advance roll. Interesting. Night Scythe changed to add Deep Strike, Ophidian Destroyers, Tunneling Horror ability at the end of your opponent's turn. You're unengaged. You can ingress move in your next movement phase, including your first turn. Sick. I wonder. I think they must have gotten rid of the clause that's like, can your bodyguard unit be affected by reanimation protocols? Right. I think that they did. The little question mark in there. I don't know. I don't think Necron players do that either. Yeah. It was always in there, apparently. It was just in there. I'm gonna run for a quick break here, chat. I mean, we've been at for like 3.5 hours at this point, so I've got to hop off for about 5 minutes. But I'll leave you with some tunes for a sec here before we go on to our next faction. Don't go anywhere, and I'll see you in a moment. All right, chat. Let's jump. Let's do this thing. Hello, we're back. Final stretch here, folks, for the faction packies. Leagues of Votann's next. We're going down the line. So here we go. I think they only changed faction stuff, right? Yep. Core rules changes, or faction rules changes. Secure positions apparently has been edited again. Fuck me, dude. Has there been, real talk, has any stratagem been eroded as much as this one? It can't be, right? Unit embarked to your transport can disembark or doing so always going to be so holier than 600 of your transport cannot declare charge. I think that's the same. I don't believe anything changed there. Fascinating, but that's incredible. Delve Assault Shift Detachment. Return one destroyed model and character models to the unit. You can't take character models back. All right, yeah, whatever. Big nothing burger of a change. I don't know what the secure positions change was, unless, of course, our 39K archive has also been updated, and now we don't know what the old wording was. That's annoying, but it is what it is. Let's see. Tyranids. Did GW fix the bring back models even if the character's still alive? They did not. In fact, I don't know if they changed Awaken to Dynasty. Because I didn't notice it. Maybe I'm stupid. Fuck, where's the rules changes? We just looked at the Necron faction pack, and we memed on it a little bit, but I actually didn't even notice if Awaken Dynasty Protocol of the Eternal Revenant changed. Oh, it did. Yeah. It did. Yeah. So, basically, Necrons can heal their bodyguard models back if their characters on the table, but they cannot resurrect the character and then heal the bodyguard because the character deattaches as soon as he resurrects. So, if you use Protocol of the Eternal Revenant on the bodyguard unit, you can never bring the bodyguard unit back, or on the character. You can never bring any. He's a separate unit from the bodyguard. You can never bring the bodyguard unit back at that point, which is good. Very nice, as they say. Tyranids. Red Terror just gains mobile. Okay, cool. We love that. Vanguard Invader. Your chameleonic enhancement gives you stealth. Fair enough. That's kind of what it did. Uh-oh. I don't like this. Adaptive Instincts gives your melee attacks +1 strength or your unit gains +1 toughness. This unit doesn't reroll anymore? Do they just kill melee bioweapon warriors? They do bring you to strength 7, which is not really something that Tyranids do very often, which is very exciting and cool. You can punch through T11 now, but you're also just way worse at attacking. Or T12, excuse me. But you have like rerolls with sustains. Also, unironically, the reroll once to save was actually sick on that unit. If you took it in Warrior Bioform onslaught, the reroll once you could stack reroll once to save with -1 to be wounded with a 5+ invuln, and it would actually keep the unit alive. It would probably keep the character in the unit alive. You oftentimes would still lose the unit anyway because they're fucking so easy to kill. +1 toughness is like a nothing burger of a defensive upgrade. Oh, I don't know if I don't like this at all.
I do like that you can choose when you're selected to fight. So if you like interrupt, you don't have to like have an awkward +1 toughness buff on you. Like if somebody charges you, you can do +1 toughness if it changes the attack math reactively. You don't have to pre-declare it, which is like nice. But losing reroll once to hit is fucking awful. Oh boy. Yeah, they gave Bladeguard a strictly better version. Yeah, that's so true. I was excited, chats. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm playing a list right now. God damn, I have to cut. I had a video I hadn't put out yet because I hadn't updated it yet because I've been traveling. About my Tyranid army, and I think I have to scrap it because I think this change kills the whole army. It had 9 melee warriors in it because they could do reroll ones and combo it with +1 to hit and sustain. But they can't do that anymore. I think they might be bad. I think I might give up Tyranids. Wild. Yeah, that's very bad. I do not like this. +1 to hit would have been something, I think. Like +1 to hit with reroll ones means that they're very consistent inside Subterranean Assault, and you just play Subterranean Assault. They just say the thing they did in 10th edition, where they just slowly push every Tyranid army into playing Subterranean Assault. But are they good in sub assault? Because they don't have +1 to hit, so they're just 3s and they miss a bunch of times. The time that it's good is when you get to 2s rerolling 1s with sustains. So you net like 115% of your attacks or so. And then like they're very consistent because they're also into twin linked melee attacks. But now they just lose all that consistency. And basically every single like phase in which you would take them, they lose all their consistency. For the very minor upside of being better against specifically Land Raider Redeemers that are going to kill them in Overwatch. I think this unit's just bad, and I don't think you play it anymore. Ooh. Yikes, dude. That's bad. That's it. Just nerf Tyranid Warriors. Okay. Well, at least we got +1. Wait, what is this? Is this... Is this a typo? AP1 Rupture Cannon. Please tell me it's on the app too. That's so funny. You get +1 stacking toughness for each fight phase. No, because it's a fight phase ability, so it only lasts until the end of the phase. No, they're AP4 on the thing. If they gave them +1 AP instead of making them AP1, I actually think Rupture Cannon would be okay. Oops, what did I just do? AP4 is awkwardly not very good because you oftentimes shoot them into 2+ save enemies and then they save on 6s. I lost a game on stream the other day and I had a little bit of a crash out about it because a Tyrannifex shot at a Land Raider twice, put 2 Rupture Cannon wounds into him, and he rolled 2 6s. He rolled a 6 to wound save both times, and I lost the game. And I was like, I don't know what the fucking do, man. This fucking thing sucks. That was the last time I played a Tyrannifex. I literally just cut every single monster from my army because I couldn't deal with it anymore. Tyranid offensive profiles are just so bad. Why are we nerfing them, bro? This needed to come with a points decrease, I think. I don't know why we points cut Von Ryan's Leapers and not like melee Tyranid Warriors, because this is just so fucking... This is atrocious. This is so bad. I don't know, chap. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Would I prefer it had more or less damage shots? Yeah, I did a whole live stream about this. I would prefer that every attack in the game is a 1 damage attack, and you scale the number of attacks based on your damage up to a cap. I think that the biggest issue with 40k is the like low volume, low consistency attacks that make the game super swingy. But it is what it is. Damn, dude. That makes me sad. I had a list I really liked, and now I don't like it anymore. Now I think it's bad. We should try Assimilation Swarm. You think Assimilation Swarm's good, chat? Probably not. There's no way. Maybe I'll try it. 3 years of playing against our warriors once. I fucking love warriors. Like the melee warrior unit in Vanguard Onslaught, when they're really fast and they run around and give them plus to hit. They're fucking sick. But not anymore. Now they don't have rerolls. What the fuck? How are you supposed to make use of a unit that doesn't have any rerolls? I don't know, dude. Fuck off. This sucks. All right, let's talk about Grey Knights. This is a bad update. I don't like it. I don't like that my 50% win rate faction got nerfed. Almost explicitly my army, too. Nobody else has played Tyranid Warriors. God damn it. Oh my god. Dude. All right. Also, I'm going to crash out. You ready? We're going back. We're going back in. This fucking unit, the reason that Tyranids are bad is that everything tries to push you into playing Subterranean Assault, but you can't build tunnels on turn 1 because this unit doesn't have a turn 1 Deep Strike clause. The whole point of that whole fucking detachment is that these guys up down first battle round and then build tunnels and you redeploy your guys around the tunnels. But you can't do that anymore. And every other up down in the whole game, except for that one, you can do it on turn 1, including every single Grey Knight unit. Are you fucking kidding me? This is stupid. Fucking squat this faction already. It's worthless. Are you serious, dude? What the fuck? I don't understand. Why do we still even print these? This is valuable development time that we could be using to make more Space Marine sub-factions. But instead, we're using it on a faction they clearly don't give a shit about. What the hell, dude? This is so stupid. God damn it. All right, sure. I guess we just get turn 1 Deep Strike by fucking Grey Knights again. Sick. I love that for me. All right. Anyway. Aggressive Anticipation. Here can really hit. What the fuck is that? An Augurium Task Force. Augurium Task Force. All right. Aggressive Anticipation is in your shooting phase or fight phase. Can reroll hit rolls. What was that previously? Was it +1 to hit or something? Oh, it was ignore ballistic skill modifiers. Oh, but it doesn't matter because everything's fucking psychic. This is way better. Damn. All right. Holy shit. When you ingress move, when you end an ingress move, you can use this ability. You can make a normal move up to 6 inches. What the fuck is that? You can't. That doesn't work. What? You can't move after you make an ingress move. Why would they write this? That's so stupid. Just say you can 6-inch Deep Strike. You fuck. Why do you make a move after ingressing? That's against the rules. Oh my god, dude. Shadow of Anarch changed 9 to 8. Yeah, that was a mistake that they had made. They forgot to change. They changed the. I think it was the deep strike range if you picked up and then dropped yourself down instead of going into reserve, but they didn't change the actual range it triggered. So in order to not trigger it, you have to be 9 inches away from people. Very stupid. Hallowed Conclave, precognitive strategies, and target selection changed 9 to 8, probably the same thing. Grandmaster Voltus, you gain stealth, so you no longer combo with cover. Melee attacks to target the unit bonus with a hit. Gonna use it with Sigil of Exigence. Use the ability in the first turn. That's when you're targeted by a ranged attack. You can ingress yourself. Cool. Fair enough. Those are mostly cleanups. Reroll hits in Argarium Task Force is massive. That's kind of a cool thing. We love that. I'm so upset about Tyranids, chat. I'm going to crash out. I was like, I think I like this army. I think I'm enjoying playing it. Nope. Get fucked. Frustrating. It wasn't even a good army. It was fucking Warrior Bioform Onslaught. Maybe I've always been a Grey Knight player. I do have about 20 Grey Knight Terminators in the box next to me right now. Orks. Crushing Impact got changed so it doesn't get confused with the new Tank Shock. That was an embarrassing thing, by the way. They're like, guys, we're going to change Tank Shock to Crushing Impact so it makes sense on monsters. I hope we don't have any other Crushing Impacts in the game so it's not very confusing to people. The answer is, oh, we do. Awkward. Awkward. Maybe the whole Tyranid document is a typo. Didn't say anything about the Neurotyrant points increases. You should have watched the part where I did say that was extreme because Neurotyrants aren't very good of a unit. Because I did say that when I read them. But I don't even play them because they're bad. 120 points for a guy who situationally buffs you if you like contort yourself into a pretzel. And then also shoots a tiny flamer is too many points. Go get him. Is usable after an enemy has shot. It doesn't work before you shoot, thank God, because that was stupid. The timing was very bad. You could engage people before they attacked you. Battle Wagons and Stompas gain frame. We love that. The boss knob in a boy squad can have a big choppa replaced with a big choppa and a custom shooter, a big choppa, a combi rocket, and a combi shooter. It's actually kind of sweet. It's not assault, though. For 10 rolls in the unit, one boy not equipped with one shooter can have his chopper and slugger replaced with one of the following: big shooter and close combat weapon, rocket launcher and close combat weapon. Okay. They got rid of the triple attachment for Orks, Ork boys, which is massive. So we can no longer put war bosses, big bosses, and pain boys all together. I do like that it gave, like, Orks do have this kind of like glut of like random character attachments. And I do like when they give you outlets to use them. I don't think, honestly, that the boys themselves are like too strong of a unit. I mean, like the triple attachment for Gaskel's Rocket was clearly very strong. Like he could attach either his like reroll advanced guy plus a pain boy, or a big boss plus Gaz, which is like very like a lot. But you often just took the one unit, and then like the boys would get killed by an infantry sweeper anyway. So I don't know. I think it was probably fine, and I think Green Tide pushed it to the point where it was too strong. But I also understand that it probably was unnecessary. It was most likely accidental that they allowed that to happen. Boom deck a snaz wagon. When an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this unit, when that enemy unit is selected to shoot, all of its targets have the benefit of cover until the unit is shot, because you blow smoke in their face. Take that. Boss Snickrot. And your movement phase, if his unit is unengaged, you can use the ability. He goes to strategic reserve, deep strikes, and can ingress move even if it's your first turn. Makari apparently prevents save rerolls for his entire unit while he's on the battlefield, not just him. Not for that. Yeah, I guess because like it would affect allocation rolls otherwise. That's fucking wild. Makari does have really interesting interactions. It's a little bit less so now that you don't have as many characters, but he has weird interactions with like multiple characters inside allocation groups, because you can always put like boys and random characters first and then Makari second in an allocation. And so as long as you don't roll like a staggering number of ones, you eat all of the low save attacks on your random dude, and then Makari saves literally every other attack. And because he never takes any damage, you just lose whatever allocation group is in front of him. He absorbs. He basically is a stopgap for any damage past what your first allocation group is. So like if you take 20 saves, on average you'll roll like 3 1s. So you roll 3 1s and a couple of failures on a 5+ invuln save or whatever on your big boss, your pain boy, or your boss knob or whatever. Any other save is passed on Makari. So you put Makari in the second allocation group once the bodyguards are dead. So the bodyguards eat all of the low saves. Makari tanks everything. Then you put his next character, like the big boss or the pain boy, in front of Makari on the next allocation group. The pain boy eats all of the low saves, and the Makari tanks literally everything. And then Makari's in the first allocation group. It's kind of funny. Makari, he just prevents any damage from hitting Gaz ever. Effectively. Gaz or any models behind him. Which is pretty good. I don't know. If Old One is leaving a Carnifex and the Carnifex dies, can you bring them back? No, they're not infantry. You have to be infantry to return things to life in Assimilation Swarm. You got to read the detachment ability, chat. Gretchen, unit composition is 0 to 1 run herd and 10 Gretchen, 0 to 2 run herds and 20 Gretchen. For some reason, the run herds are free, so you just take them. There's no reason not to. Shock Jump Dragsta gets the infinite advance move. Interestingly, it's not a ingress move, so things that prevent ingress moves actually don't stop those kinds of attacks. So like you could jump that guy next to like Crit Hawk Flocks or infiltrators. If I attach a mech to a mech guns unit, does the unit now suffer 1 mortal wound for each hazardous fail roll? Because each model in the unit is now not a monster vehicle model. The answer is yes. That's fucking funny. Well, it doesn't check which. It checks the type of unit you are, right? And for determining how many mortal wounds get assigned. That's super silly. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets changed to care about the kind of model that you assign to, not the type of unit you are. If you precision gas, he's not rerolling any saves. Oh, that's so true. If you precision gas, it's really bad because then he goes into the front allocation group after your bodyguards are dead. So he actually actively fucks over Makari. Which is basically how it worked previously, but it's now even more explicit. It is very funny though. I love that. Remember when Green Tide used to give you rerolls on saves, right? It used to be like it was a 5+ invuln save, and then if you were 10 models, it gives you reroll 1s, right? And Makari would prevent that if he was in the unit. Obviously, it doesn't work that way, but it is funny that you can't command reroll your saves if Makari's there. I love that. Blood Angles. Oh, we already looked at Blood Angels. Just kidding. We're not going to look at them again. We looked at all the Space Marines. Emperor's Children is next. Emperor's Children. Oh, hello. Weird. Okay, now we're at the top. I must have reloaded the page by accident. We're fixing some stuff. Fulgrim gets mobile. Let's go. What a Chad. Oh, that's it. All right. I mean, they did get a bunch of points cost reductions, so that's pretty cool. Interesting. Imperial Knights. Gate Warden Lance has changed, apparently. The start of the first battle round, select 2 objectives to be your foundations. Place a circular foundation marker in each one. When you draw a line from the closest part of one foundation marker to the closest part of the other, if any part of a model's base or any part of a model's hull for a model without a base crosses that line, that model is either said to be on your defensive line. Oh. Was it? All right, real talk. Because they also changed force disposition for this thing. And they made Dominus class knights more expensive. Was it too strong that the line was really fat? So the thing with Gate Warden is that because it just says 2 objective marker, or it says 2 objectives,
it would draw the big band between the two objective templates that you selected. So it was like you had a 10-inch long objective terrain fair area, and then another one. It would make this big 10-inch band between the two. Was that too good, chat? I'll be honest. I don't think it was too good. I think it was fine. I don't know. This feels overly restrictive. It feels like you either, if that's too big, this is probably too small. Because it's a single line now. It's not even it's not even a two-dimensional object. It's a one-dimensional thing. Yeah. So I think like losing Purge the Foe and probably losing a unit from your army like were the other changes that were made. Because if you played this with Dominus Foe Breakers, you took two Dominus, oftentimes took two Castellans, and the Castellans went up like 40 points apiece. So you go up like 80 points or 70 points or whatever it is. And also you take this hit plus like, you're going to a worse or a less consistent force disposition. Plus, like, you're losing a unit. That feels like enough changes. Also changing the detachment ability to be really annoying and stupid rather than being cool and interesting. Like, placing two markers, then keeping the markers there, and then, like, drawing a line between the markers is, like, really... It's just obnoxious, dude. I don't know. It feels like too much. It feels like too much, to be honest to me. Like, I just don't want to have to resolve that ability. You know what I mean? I think the drawing between the objective markers is like pretty interesting, but like having to like do this whole thing with tokens and whatever, I don't know. It seems annoying. It's annoying and very restrictive. Strike swiftly gives all models and selected units 6-inch scout. Okay, cool. So that I guess if you have attachment stuff, it doesn't. No weird things happen. That was it. That was all the changes for Tau. Cool. We got frame on some stuff. Interesting.
At FateWeaver9 donated $5 through Super Chat. Would it be too weird if the line between yours and opponent's territories was the defensive line?
I don't think it would be weird, but I do think it would be worse. Like that would be interesting. Like while a unit is within both territories, they're on your defensive line. Like that's very clean, I guess, because you're already paying attention to territories anyway. The thing though that happens, like one thing that's interesting about Dominant or about Gate Warden is that you can create a defensive line that's on your table edge, and you can play like a very passive game. And I think that's like it's cool that you have the opportunity to do that. You can set your defensive line to be aggressive or defensive, however you want. And if you make it territory based, then it requires that the detachment plays aggressively. It's also very manipulable by your opponent, right? You could just like look at the Gate Warden Lance thing and be like, all right, well, I'm just going to be slightly off the defensive line, so you can never like melee me and get it, for example. Which matters for some of your like, fight phase strats. Chaos Space Marines. They changed Cabal of Chaos to apparently remember that Demon Princes with Wings exist. Nice. We love that for them. Oh, this is another big long one. Page 37 for rules updates. No changes, apparently. Okay. I mean, I guess Chaos Space Marines did get fucking hammered in points, so I guess we don't really need to change anything in specific. Makes our job easier, I guess. Let's go. And we're on the last one.
So we're over to Aeldari. Changes to Unshrouded Truths. Target one Asuryani infantry unit, excluding Wraith Construct units, within 9 inches of one or more Asuryani Psykers. Oh yeah, they made a mistake previously where, because they just find and replaced inside any up-down strat the distance, they changed the range to be 8 and the distance you set up from enemies to be 9, because they missed that those were different. They were like, Control F 9 inches, and because this was range 9 set up outside 9, it just changed the first distance, which is the range. Fucking embarrassing. You place your unit in strategic reserve. Unit has deep strike. You make an ingress move this phase. And because it must make an ingress move this phase, then it can do it turn 1. Although I would like it if they said that explicitly, because they said it for the other stuff. Like, even if it's your first turn or whatever. Added frame to a bunch of shit, which is good, because they forgot to add it to other stuff. Skyweaver's Acrobatic Grace goes from -1 to being hit, like, to all ranged attacks, to stealth and melee attacks get -1, or to all attacks, I should say. The Incarn gets the thing where you can redeploy in your opponent's fight phase and it still doesn't, like, make you ineligible to move, which is good. Warlocks, I guess, retain a dual attachment clause with stuff, because I guess we can't become support. Which is interesting. Crimson Hunter and Hemlock Wraithfighter don't have mover OC characteristic. I wonder if they forgot to change that from the previous version. And the Incarn can use Inevitable Death first turn. Yeah, alright. Well, mostly cleanup, I guess. I don't think there's anything that, like, necessarily changes with the Unshrouded Truth update here. You target a unit that has not been selected to move. I guess, like, awkwardly, because it ingress moves immediately, if you have any additional things that move it, so, like, Azurman, for example, he can't move again, but I think that's already how it worked. I'm not 100% sure. The Warlocks are a leader, they can't lead. Well, then they have this thing. Start of battle formations. If it's not an attached unit, you can join Guardian Defenders or Storm Guardians. Until the end of the battle, every model in this unit counts as being part of that bodyguard unit. Blah 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 blah. Oh, I guess, like, Warlock themselves. Do Warlocks not have, like, a leader thing in the Militarum Field Manual? Did they forget about them? No, they go to Guardian. Oh, they're support characters in Guardian Defenders or Storm Guardians. I guess it's weird that, like, Eldrad has a thing that says you can attach even if you've already attached a Warlock to them, but oh, you can attach this model to a unit even if a Warlock unit has already been attached to it. Yeah. Are Warlock conclaves, like, Warlock keyworded? They're not, right? Warlocks. They are Warlocks. Yeah, I'm confused about why this is relevant, because they're support characters now. The Conclave is the leader. You attach a Farseer to them and attach to the unit. No. You attach a Farseer to the unit first, then you embed in the battle formation step for Warlock Conclaves. And then Warlocks are just support characters, so they can go in with anything. They can dual attach with whoever into the Guardian units. That's weird. Did Games Workshop fix precision? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe they did. Yeah, so they did this. I don't know why they did it for explicitly Eldar. Instead of just making this an ability, like I think the Tomb Crawlers have, like, it's just an effect. Like, they're not leaders. It's like these guys. It's the Canoptech Retinue ability. Tells you like how they work, which is that in the start of battle formation step, you can join a model being led by a Cryptech, and you embed into it, and you become part of bodyguard, blah, 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 blah. They have the same effect, but for some reason they keyworded them leaders. I don't know why.
Thomas Duper 116 donated $2 through Super Chat. IDMDU core rules app changes not in Warcom.
Sweet. I'll take a peek. So like it was already a problem because Warlock Skyrunners, they were leaders. They had the leader ability, but they made them non-characters, which actually broke a bunch of stuff in the leader ability. And we just had to kind of like infer the rules. They should just get rid of this and move it to its own ability. Call it like Warlock Retinue or something. And it's like you embed into a unit with the following keywords in the start of the battle formations. Then you don't need any of this bullshit, like all this shit. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know if they had necessarily. Well, they already had Crypto Thralls at the time, so it wasn't the first unit to do something like this. They just didn't really know what they were doing when they wrote the Eldar Codex, I think, is the issue. But I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Very silly, chat. And then it opens up all sorts of things where it's like, am I a leader? Are you a bodyguard unit? Even though you have no actual leader because you count as being part of the bodyguard unit. I don't know. Does that matter for anything? Probably not. But it's weird and I don't like it. All right. Additional core rules changes, maybe? Or something? So these are, I guess, apparently from app data. Oh, excuse me, chat. I hit the wrong button. And I guess we can actually just like look at most of these and see if they are there, which I assume that they are. Thank you, Thomas, for sending this over. So this is in reviving and adding models to a unit. When you revive, resurrect, or return models to an embarked unit, if the transport has sufficient remaining transport capacity, it's returned to the unit embarked. Otherwise, it's destroyed. That's funny. Yeah, that does exist. So I think these are all just like data rips directly off of or copy pastas out directly off of the app. Modifying dice rolls, attacks modified during hit and wound rolls. Some attacks can be modified as a result of hit and wound rolls made for those attacks. When this happens, split those attacks into attack pools based on the new identical attack profiles. Oh, okay. So they did fix the precision thing. So if you have precision, if you gain precision during your attack sequence, you then become a new attack pool, which is how we ruled that it should work, because I think that's clearly what's supposed to happen. But like it didn't say that, and so like obviously it was fucking borked. If you ever affected your opponent's, your target's allocation groups or group ordering, then you basically like you did it for all of your attacks, because allocation groups are only ever determined per attack pool. And if nothing split you out of the attack pool because their core rolls didn't say that you did, then it would be weird. Then it would affect all of the attacks, even if they didn't all have the keyword. Desperate escape test. If you take a desperate escape test, make a hazard roll, and you take a battle shock roll. I think that was already there, right? Yeah, I think that was already in the core rules. Level of control. Controlling an objective at end of phase. At the end of each phase in turn, the first thing players do for determining any other objectives at the end of phase is determine which objectives are controlled by each player. That's from Tacoma. Transport capacity. A friendly unit embarked within each friendly dedicated transport model. At the end of the step, each friendly dedicated transport model without an embarked unit is destroyed. At the end of which step? Battle formations? Must be battle formations. Yeah, declare battle formation step. You can embark into any transport with sufficient transport capacity. You must be embarked into dedicated transports. That makes sense. Placing units into strategic reserves. At the end of the final turn, units in strategic reserves are destroyed. Neat. But they don't trigger rules that apply when a model is destroyed. I guess it trigger rules that apply when a unit is destroyed. But it means that you don't. I don't know. I don't know what that would refer to, but I do think that they count for kills and stuff if there is something that cares about that, but typically it doesn't matter. Precision and devastating wounds. Mortal wounds inflicted by a precision attack with devastating wounds are first applied to the character group that was selected for those precision attacks. Yeah, that's good. So they fixed this issue. Torrent weapons cannot have indirect fire or precision. All right, fair enough. Can we make it so you can't shoot Overwatch with them too, please? Please, God. Fill your army roster. Epic heroes cannot be given enhancements. That doesn't change anything. What the fuck? I guess it's like the idea is that you don't give them an upgrade. You give their unit an upgrade, and then they gain the upgrade, but that's fucking stupid. Just say you can join things with up, like, or just fucking, I don't know. Just to specify that it, like, ignores up enhancements that are present in other models, or other, like models in an attached unit. Like epic hero models cannot be given enhancements, but can be be affected by enhancements. Like be given to other models in an attached unit, or the attached unit itself, or something like that. Yeah, that's the whole shit is so stupid. The Custodes is torrent and precision. Oh, that's funny. I forgot about that. That is silly. I don't know what else that affects. I guess that is weird. Does that mean so? I guess it says torrent weapons cannot have precision. So torrent overrides precision. But like, could you choose? If I'm gonna have precision, I can't have both precision and torrent. So if I want a precision, I'll just torrent it. I won't torrent it. But I guess it doesn't have a ballistic skill, so you couldn't do that. The torrent must override. That's annoying though. And they didn't change that in the faction pack, right? I guess we can look up the Custodes Assassin on the app. Awkward. Oopsie daisies. I like this effect, but I don't really understand why they wouldn't give torrent weapons precision. I do want to nerf torrent weapons, but I don't think that was the nerf I was looking for. They can't gain this largely superfluous keyword. Yeah, I don't know. That's silly. There's like some other effects that can give weapons precision based on attack rolls, but I think they're mostly hit rolls. I don't think anything gives torrent based on wound roll or precision based on wound rolls or anything. So I don't know. Well, chat, they had me in the first half, not gonna lie. They fixed a lot of open questions. They fixed the precision thing. We said they wouldn't, but they did. Great. They fixed a lot of the keyword issues you were having. They fixed the devastating wounds thing. That's cool. They did turn Tyranids into a nothing faction that's bad, so that sucks. I might quit 40k after this. I don't know. I choose precision. I just miss, yeah. What do I hit on? Checks notes? I don't. Steeljack Volkite? No, but it has to be a torrent weapon. So I think they got rid of it because Cult of Magic used to give, I think it was critical precision. Blackspear Task Force gives critical precision, but it's critical precision on hit rolls, not wound rolls, right? Yeah, so you can't crit hit with torrent weapon because you don't make a hit roll. So this whole thing doesn't work. So where you're looking for places where the combination of precision and torrent matters, and I think the only one I can think of is the Custodes there. So it is what it is. Back to War Machine. We're going back to playing. We're playing nothing with Breachstorm. Who wants to play Breachstorm, chat? I'm gonna play Breachstorm after this. I don't have to think about the army I made as bad. All right. So you're talking about Exodites? We'll start a tournament circuit. We can write our own balanced data sites. If only someone had a tournament circuit in this chat. If only. Here's the thing, though, chat. Real question. If you were already going to change the rules, why even play 40K? That's always the thing that gets me. Is people are like, we should just write our own rules, or we can write our own balanced data slates. I was like, well, if you're going to rewrite the rules, why even make it 40K? You could play anything. Why do we care that it's Warhammer 40,000? We could play... Like, that's what one-page rules is. It's like, we wanted to play Warhammer 40,000, but like, here's the Warhammer 40,000 we have at home. You could play literally anything if you were making your own rules.
9049 donated £2 through Super Chat. Windrider host, handshake emoji, Exodites.
Hell yeah. That's what we're doing. We're gonna go on. We're gonna go read some Dragon Knight bullshit. That sounds sick. You have to play Trench Crusade? No. Don't go that far. Not even I would drive someone to play Trench Crusade. And if, by my incessant doom scrolling, or doom saying, has driven you to play Trench Crusade, I apologize. And I take it all back. Not even I would be so unkind as to force somebody to play that game. All right. Let's hop over. Exodites. So here we are. Here is the article. We're going to look at the data sheets individually. I don't think that these give you much context, but we can talk about the whole thing. This is a lot of words on this data sheet, which is pretty sweet. Dragon Knights. I don't know. What did they do with these? So like the latest Warcom data sheets, and the Nazdrag had the same problem, are like 480p. These are pictures for ants right here. I don't know why they're so fuzzy. It's weird. It certainly looks like they are a screenshot taken from something else. And Nazdrag, I think, literally was, because he had like the white lines on the side, like he was screenshotted from another thing. Very strange. It doesn't really matter though at the end of the day. Dragon Knights, 4+ save, no invuln. Oof. Up to 6 models in a unit with 4 wounds each at T5. So actually kind of beefy for an Eldar unit. Not in the grand scheme of things, but for Eldar. They get a laser lance, 3-shot, one shot, 3 damage at 6-inch range, or a solar carbine, which is just a bolter, range 18. Rapid fire 2. It shoots 4 times. It's kind of cool. In melee, they get the laser lance in melee, so strength 6, AP 2, 3 damage with lance, and then an additional strength 5, AP 1 damage, extra attacks with weapon skill 3, which is actually very good weapon skill for a mount attack. So 6 total attacks per model. And the lasers probably wound everything in the game on 4s or maybe 5s if you're T12. In addition to that, when a unit is selected to make a fallback move, it does not prevent them from being able to shoot and charge. When they're selected to fight, they get 3-inch engagement so that they can fight extra people with their big, silly bases. Also, they shoot both the carbine and the laser lance. So if they get up close to you, they actually shoot kind of hard. If they can rapid fire into a unit, they shoot 24 strength 4s, and then another 6, 3 damage. Strength 6, 3 damage. If you can give them the ability to advance and to do things, it's going to be pretty spooky. Once per battle per token. I don't know how many tokens you get. Probably 1. When an enemy unit ends up moving within 8 inches of the unit, if the unit is unengaged, or if the enemy unit ended that move engaged with this unit, you can use this ability. Roll 1d6 on a 3+, that enemy suffers 1 mortal wound. Oh, it's the little tiny dinosaur guy. That's... okay. That's funny. It's a 3+ to deal 1 mortal. Get him! Oh, no, for every 3 models, you get 2 Dracolith. Oh, just kidding. So you have 4 of those guys. All right, that's actually fine. I thought it was like 2 of them. I thought it was 1 per 3, maybe, like an Aspect Shrine token. And if that's the case, this is like nothing burger. But if you have 4 of them, and the enemy comes in, you just blast them with Mortal Wounds. Probably average 3. That's not too bad. 3 Mortal Wounds on the way in is big. That's an aggressor dead. Sick. We do definitely want an advance and do things, I think. Advance and shoot and charge on these guys would be sick. I guess like, you get it in Eldritch Raiders, right? Oh, not Eldritch Raiders, the other one. This is the one. Oh, yeah, here we go. You can charge when you advance, but you can't shoot. But we have Assault on the Lance. Oh, it's all coming together. Is this the best attachment ever? Unfortunately, I think we have literally no synergy other than the detachment ability, but it's pretty good. Eldritch Raiders just became Purge. I think that's bad. I'm actually not sure that that's what you want in this for this army, because like this is an army that just dies. Everything's fucking dead, and unfortunately, also it's weird these guys have shields, but they don't have invulns. Is it strange? Is the shield not a shield generator? Weird. So like if you play the Purge Mirror, you just get fucked because your opponent's just scoring kill more every turn. So I don't know if Purge is necessarily what you want to be doing. But it's only 2 detachment points, so you could take a second detachment and play Recon or something. The Clan Blade. He's a leader, certainly for Drake, the Dragon Knights. He's a Solar Carbine. He has the same profile as the other stuff, except he has Twin Linked Lethal Hit, 4 damage, 2 for Strength 4, AP 2. Does not have Lance, though. When an enemy unit is engaged with this and selects to make a fallback move, it must use a Desperate Escape mode. If it's Battle Shock, it gets -1 to hazardous rolls, and it gives it sustained hits on all melee attacks, which includes your steed attacks. This is not terrible. If he's not too expensive, that's pretty good. The fallback move thing is whatever, but improving the damage output of the unit is great. Oh my god, can you make like big bricks of these guys? Holy shit. The Stone Singer is support, so you can dual attach. The end of your fight phase, if this unit is not battle shocked, you can use the ability. If you do, roll 1d6. On a 1, this unit is battle shocked. Stupid. On a 2+, oh, okay. On a 1, you're battle shocked, but you still get the second thing. That's pretty cool. I like that, actually. So it's not like you take damage on a 1 and the ability fails. The ability always works, but on a 1 that you gain battle shock. So he explodes his head or whatever. It's because he doesn't have the bone like helmet, right? But so he's not immune to perils because he doesn't have the ghost helm. It's actually kind of interesting. A little bit of I don't know, a little bit of like a narrative element to his ability. You select 1 visible enemy monster or vehicle unit, excluding Titanic, with an 18. The enemy unit is ensnared until the start of your next turn. It is -2 movement and cannot be pinned. What the fuck is pinned? Oh, is that an Eldar thing? Is that like the Night? What's the Night Weaver? No. What's the AoE indirect gun, chat? Is the Night Spinner. It's Night Spinner. Night Weaver. Silly goose. It shoots Doom Weavers. Just switch for it. What? Oh, it was 2 separate words. That's why I couldn't find it. We got there. Abilities. Pinned. We found it. So you can't stack it with other characteristic modifiers. I kind of like that, actually. I like that it calls out the ability explicitly. It doesn't say you can't stack it with anything. It just says you can't stack it with pinned. That's cool. -2 movement to 1 visible enemy monster or vehicle. That's great. I love that. And I like it's the end of your fight phase, so you can do it after you charge people. He doesn't do anything for the unit though, and he can battle shock his own unit, which then means they don't take objectives, which is probably not ideal. He shoots kind of hard. His Song of Waning is anti-monster vehicle 3, 4-2-3, hitting on 3s. That's kind of good. If the Clan Blade give you sustained on all your weapons, not just your melee attacks, this guy would actually be kind of nuts. Solar Carbine's Rapid Fire 2, Venom Crest Spit, which is his Drake, I guess, is anti-non-monster vehicle 3, Blast 1 Torrent, 3 shots. Oh, it's 3-2-2. That's actually kind of a sweet profile. Man, he shoots like a truck, actually. He shoots 6 multi-damage attacks, 3 of which are Torrent, 3 of which are anti-monster vehicle. Okay. And then melee, he just has an anti-non-monster vehicle 2+ psychic attack for 2 damage. So he's kind of one of the boys. He's not quite as good as the rest of them. And then the Lay Stalker is a lone operative. So we have a leader and a support and a lone op. The lone operative guy has Scout 9 stealth. In your shooting phase, and the unit has shot, select an enemy unit hit by those attacks. It makes a battle shock roll with -1. Oh, it's just like the ranger thing. Cool. He also has a Dracolith. Nice. Oh, he has 2. He's got a whole little clutch of those guys. 1 long rifle and hunting blades. He just makes people take battle shock checks, I guess. Okay. His long rifle is devastating wounds against non-monster vehicle precision. 2 shots, 6-2-3. This guy he lives or dies on his points value. I mean, independent lone operative cavalry typically tend to be good because you don't care as much that they don't get hidden anymore. Plus, he scouts really hard, so he's like can move really quickly. I don't know. I think he's okay. He's not very good at fighting, but that's okay. If he's like, I don't know, what would be a good points value for this guy? Like 70 points, 80 points or something? You're not really that excited about him actually shooting people, but he's very difficult to engage with as a utility unit. He can just like hold your back line. Maybe 70 points, I guess. The fact that he doesn't really do anything besides make people take battle shock checks is like not very exciting. And he doesn't shoot and scoot or anything either. So it's a big nothing burger. 70 might even be too many. So he can be an uppy downy load up. Yeah, I guess that's good. He comes out of reserve though. So he can't he's not like a true deep striker. So the uppy downy on reserving models is like kind of limited utility, especially when you're competing directly with Skyrunner, Warlock Skyrunners, who are like cheaper and do more damage probably against infantry targets because they have more attacks. So it needs to be pointed correctly. I think having one of them as a lone operative though is pretty helpful. Also T5, randomly not too bad. I like these guys. These are cool. The one I'm not sure about is the Stone Singer. I actually wonder. I think there's a universe, and I kind of hope that we live in this universe. There's a universe where the Stone Singer is really cheap. And because he doesn't have any leadership abilities, you just play him. Oh, the support. No, just kidding. I was gonna say you just play him as individuals, like Warlock Skyrunners, and they just run around and they shoot 1,000,000 times. But he's support, so he has to attach to a Dragon Knight unit, and he's like doesn't do anything for them. So I don't think I really like this guy. I like his shooting, but I think it's difficult to apply his shooting in the universe where you're just like ramming Dragon Knights in your opponent's face. I do think that the Clan Blade plus the Dragon Knights, if their points values aren't crazy, is like a pretty good little hammer unit. Just a lot of sustain 1 lance, like 3 damage attacks going into people. I guess there's supposed to be an overlap where you like battle shock people with the what do you call it? With the what's the singleton guy called? The Lay Stalker, and then they get -1 if they fall back from you. But then they have to fall back in the next movement phase, so they already have a chance to retest to take out of it. So I don't know, champ. Run Stone Singer for the drip. I mean, it's cool. Like you get it's another 6 melee attacks with sustain. He's like not too bad if you like put all the lances and if you like can swing them into multiple targets. And they have 3-inch engagement, right? So it's not that hard. If you can swing him and the clan, like the two characters, him and the clan blade, into like a unit of idiot moron stupid people. So you're like fighting 5 Space Marines with like 5 lethal hit twin linked attacks and 3 anti infantry 2+ attacks. And then the rest of the unit like stabs a tank, right? And if you can split them in that way, I think the two characters are gonna be great. Because then you can 2-for-1 with the unit, which is awesome. And then when people run away from you, they take Desperate Escape, and you can use the Battle Focus to run away. But it's a big mounted unit, so the runaway probably doesn't really mean that much. Yeah, we did sell out at Historicon. We had, I think, we had 2 slots, so we ran 3 games per day. We had 2 games that weren't fully sold out, and Sunday we had a no-show. But apparently, here's what I didn't know about Historicon chat: is obviously there's a Warhammer GT there, and all the GT people were there until 5, like playing all 5 rounds of the GT. Everyone else left at 10 a.m. on Sunday, which I had never experienced at a convention before, by the way. Fucking crazy. So we showed up, we rock in all gung-ho and ready to run games, and we show up and it is empty. I should have taken a picture. There was one dude who had gotten like a walk-in last minute and ran a game next to us. And there was one dude who was like cleaning up because his whole layout took a really long time to clean up. And we're just like sitting there in the middle of an empty gaming hall. It was like 30 tables in one of the side halls. It was like 30 game tables, and they were just fucking empty. And there was like a tumbleweed rolling through, and I think a raccoon lived in the corner. It was fucking wild. I'd never seen that on a Sunday at a convention. Like Sunday's usually slow, and you wrap up by mid-afternoon. But people are there, and usually people like go to the vendor hall. That's when they do their shopping. Everyone runs sales. And a lot of the vendors I talked to left Saturday night because they were like, yeah, nobody's going to be here tomorrow. I was like, what the fuck? It was crazy. It blew my mind. I'd never experienced a convention like that before. It was insane. But yeah, it was cool. Yeah. Sunday is for getting deals from vendors, right? That's what I'm saying. You show up at like 2 p.m. on Sunday and you say, hey man, I'll give you, if you give me 25% off, I'll buy, all your shit. And then you don't have to take it to your car. And they go, okay, that's fine. If you have cash, I'll give it to you for 50% off. And you're like, sick, dude. What a deal. And then you have a good time. But no, we have a very good friend who's another vendor. In the convention space, he runs a place called Trenchcoat Miniatures. Shout out to him and Trilaterum, the miniature game. It's like a 15 mil game if you're interested in really small stuff. But yeah, he was like, so we were doing some consignment through him, and he gave it all back on Saturday night. He's like, yeah, we're packing up and leaving. Excuse me, what the fuck? And we went through the vendor hall, and half the vendors had gone by Sunday morning. Crazy, and the rest were packing up. I was like, this is wild. You go to Adepticon, and that shit's full until 5 p.m. People are there. People are there until they have to leave. But yeah, Historicon, everyone fucks off. But I guess Historicon has this culture of doing things earlier in the week, which is, I had no idea. So they run events Wednesday night through Sunday morning, and people start Wednesday. They play Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then they go home. I was like, whoa, that's pretty wild. You take the week off to go to convention? Crazy. Pretty wild. Yeah, Historicon. It's a big, like, I mean, as the name suggests, it's a big historical gaming convention, and it ran starting last year. It ran a 40k GT, so I think it was an 80-player GT. I talked about it on my video. Congratulations to Max Burlove and TJ Lanigan for going 5-0. Away Games ran that one, and I was just there shilling Breachstorm stuff. And yeah, it was just like a weird culture I'd never really experienced. Yeah. I think part of it too is that, like, I mean, it's historicals, right? So like the average age of a historical wargamer is pretty far up there. So these are not people who are gaming until 1 a.m. or whatever. These are people who are going home at 6. And I think that was surprising to us. Yeah. So interesting stuff. Anyway, chat. I don't know. I don't have much else to talk about. What a fucking update. My voice is shot. We've been live for like full 5 hours with this shit. It's crazy. How many just massive numbers of changes. I'm very upset about Tyranids being squatted as a faction again. I was very excited to play them, but I think we might go back to playing nothing. I don't fucking know, dude. I will say, I think speaking personally, I will doom for a moment here. I do find it difficult in the more modern, and I think part of this is that I'm just like not very good at writing lists in the 10th edition ecosystem, which we're very much in right now, right? Despite the fact that the list building has changed, I have found it very difficult to make lists. So since 10th edition, unless I'm building them around like a specific thing, and so I was very excited that I found a list I was really into, and I am devastated that list is fucking atrocious now. So I don't know, dude. I'm excited that this update, I think, will bring more interesting things back to the game, but I'm not excited to actually play any games, I think, post this update, which is, less good, but it is what it is. Woo! What a time. If I had to summarize the update in one word, clean, I think. It's a cleaning sort of update. It's a maintenance update, I think, in a lot of cases. It nipped in the bud the most egregious factions, and it updated a ton of things that needed to get updated, obviously. So if we see another one of those next month, I think it's going to be good. We're going to be probably in a pretty good shot. So, I don't know. Demons again. Well, I was going to play Demons. The problem is they fucked over Demonic Incursion really badly. All of the Deep Strike, the uppy downy detachments, apparently except for Grey Knights, fucking okay, got pretty hardcore nerfed in 11th because two things. First of all, the terrain's very difficult to maneuver large bases around, and the second thing is Deep Strike's having to roll an extra inch to charge. So like DI is kind of dead. They just nerfed Cavalcade, and they nerfed Scintillating Legion. So it's like play Warptide.
6,931 donated $2 through Super Chat. Trevor Dark Angels may know?
No. I'm not a Dark Angels main. Dark Angels look so cool, dude. Can we talk about those guys? They've never been a thing in 40k, but they're good in 30k. I'm gonna find the picture. I wish they had a 40k datasheet because they're so fucking cool. And some people use them as Inner Circle or Deathwing Knights, which they should, because they're fucking sick. Look at these guys, dude. Aesthetic on point. I love these. I forget what they're called. I don't even know. But they're so cool. They have like a plasma buckler and a big sword and a cool knight helmet. Absolutely dripped out. They look great. The problem is that the play pattern's so fucking boring. What a tie. I would play Ravenwing. Ravenwing's okay. And I have played Ravenwing in the past. But the Inner Circle Deathwing stuff is just like puts me to fucking sleep, dude. I'm sorry. I know it sucks, but the play pattern of like stand in front of your opponent and tank them is just like so anathema to how I play any miniature game. I need agency on what's happening in order to have a good time. They're called Dreadwing Terminators. Is that real? Man, Horus Heresy has such cool models. It's so funny that like 40k is the biggest property that Games Workshop has, because we always get shafted on the models that we get. Look at these guys. They're so sick. Meanwhile, I guess 40k gets the Defiler. The Defiler's pretty cool. So, I don't know. It is what it is. Belial must be the Warlord. Restless is meta. Honestly, you could do like a lot of like silly lists where you take bad characters, because this edition characters could just like be a guy now. Like Belial, as long as you're not support, which I don't love that support can't attach anymore, because I would play just a bunch of characters hiding in terrain. I think that's interesting. Like this fucking idiot, right? He's a big stupid guy. He has a bad leadership ability that's stupid. Critical precision, fucking sick, whatever. But at the end of the day, if you really wanted to play Belial, he costs like 85 points. 75 these days, even. 75 points. He's 75 points. He has Deep Strike, because he's a Terminator guy. And you just rapid ingress him somewhere, and he goes and kills in five Space Marine scouts, right? He takes their objective away. He's like, I shoot a dude, I have a mastercrafted bolter, one guy dies to the bolter, I swing 6 times with precision, AP2, and I kill the rest of the unit. And for 75 points, honestly, that's fine. You can ingress him into hidden, you can ingress him into gone to ground, nobody can shoot him ever, and he just goes and he like stabs all your utility stuff. And I think you can do that with most characters in the game to a way, like in a way that you haven't really been able to before. So if you wanted to play like just all the idiots, like fucking Trazen the Infinite, right? Just a piece of shit data sheet that does nothing. If you really wanted to play this guy because you think he's neat, you probably could. Like, just don't attach him to anything. Just forget all of these abilities that exist. We don't care about any of these. He's just a little goober with 3 melee attacks, 4 melee attacks or whatever, and he just wanders around and does actions. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. The fact that you can't just like turn around and shoot him to death immediately because of hidden mechanics, it's like a new lease on bad characters, which is great. I love that. I don't know why he's 65 points. This guy's like 8 points. This guy should probably increase the number of points in your army because he gives up assassination really easily. But if you really wanted to play him, he's only 65. It would be him instead of a unit of flayed ones. Should you play the flayed ones? Also, he's a 25 millimeter base. I didn't even know that. Trazen, why are you so small? That's so funny. He's, whatever. He should be a different unit for sure if you wanted to play correctly, but you could play him and he's just a dude. And that's okay. Sometimes dudes can just be dudes. I do like that about the edition. I think that's interesting. That's my 2 cents, chat. So honestly, play your Belials, chat. Take your infantry characters who are your silly little goobers and just use them to do actions and stab Space Marine scouts. Because if that's all they're good for, then doggone it, that's what they'll do. All hero little guys is hilarious. Yeah, especially if they're fast. Like, honestly, can we talk about like the type of character that's like this guy? The last ship, no, not you, goober, get out of here. The last ship Tyranid Prime, right? Like this type of character who's like, look at all these abilities he has. That's pretty cool. However, the real reason you're taking him is all this shit. If you just played 3 last ship Tyranid Primes, would it be great? No. Would it be serviceable? Yeah, these guys fuck. They hit so hard. And if you just have a bunch of dudes that are like that, it's like pretty good. I even think, unironically, that the winged Tyranid Prime is not that bad. Especially if he gave himself sustain, which he doesn't currently, because he has to lead a unit to do it. If they update these at some point in the near future, this little dude guy runs around. He's got 6 melee attacks. He's incredibly fast. He's basically free. He fights on death. And like, you can just hide him in places and do actions. Like, it's fine. I built a list, chat, where I had this guy with an elevated might in a unit of 3 dudes so that he got reroll 1s and he got sustained hits, and he was full hit and wound rerolls, hitting on 2s with sustains with his melee attacks. It was fucking 6. He lost. He doesn't do any of that shit anymore because apparently Tyranid melee warriors were too strong and needed to be nerfed. So I don't know what to do about him anymore. But like, you could play him. It's great. I don't know. He's pretty cool. The 40 and 40k is the number of single model characters you should have in your army. I almost, hilariously as well, I almost unironically included a Parasite of Mortrex in the list. I can't remember exactly what I needed it for. Oh, I think it was Subterranean Assault, because they have Deep Strike. You can take Vanguard Invader on them, or Vanguard Intellect, I think. So they can turn 1 Deep Strike, and you can do like mid-board secondaries on turn 1 with this little dude. And I was like, that's really cool. It was like very, very slightly too many points. If this guy was like base 55 or something, and then the upgrade made him 70, I think I would play him. He sucks. He doesn't do anything, but like, he Deep Strikes and he can take enhancements. Like, that's all you need. We're definitely in the edition of like funny little hero, silly little hero people, which is fun. Think I can find a way to make it fun and not suck ass? I did, and then they nerfed it. I'll bring up my army chat. If you watch my second channel, you've watched like 10 games with this army. It's my favorite army. I'll bring it up before I ritually delete it from my new recruit. Look at how glorious it is. It's got Swarmlord. It's got Broodlords, which I don't necessarily love. They're fine. I don't know. I also built this army IRL because I was going to play it in a tournament, and then I didn't. So I was also going to play it this weekend, and now I probably won't. So, the Broodlords are whatever. Genestealers are like decidedly mid, but every time I'm like disenchanted with how much damage they do because they're only strength 5, I remember that they cost basically nothing, and it's fine. But then I have double hyper-adapted Raveners in Ravener units. I have one Tyranid Prime Last Whip, so it can go punch people in the middle of the table. And then I've got the double Winged Primes, one with Elevated Might. Those guys go into these units so that we get, with Surprise Ambush or Surprise Assault from Vanguard Onslaught, they hit on 2s, reroll 1s with Sustains. They don't do that anymore. They get +1 Strength, apparently. Fucking sick. And then the Winged Tyranid Primes are like totally okay. They're 6 attacks on 2s, reroll 1s with Sustain. And then this guy gets +1 AP. So he's AP2, 6 attacks, AP2, full rerolls at strength 7, 2 damage. So he himself would go through, and oftentimes you'd get the warriors into one unit and you'd kill them, and then he would go into a second unit and kill them. So you'd 2 for 1 with the warriors too. And he went into the little tiny unit, so they would just run around by themselves. And almost never, because these guys get an invuln save, and you could do reroll 1s on the invuln save and -1 to wound. You almost never lost the prime to a single activation. So oftentimes you would run in, you would charge somebody with the prime would kill them. They would charge the prime, you'd lose the 3 warriors, and then the prime would kill them and then leave. It was sick. And then even if they killed him, he had a 4+ chance to fight on death, and he would get all of his elevated might bonuses when he fought on death. So he would just get another full activation. So you're guaranteed 2 to 3 activations out of this guy with full rerolls. AP2 damage too. He was sweet. And then just a million Raveners and stuff. This list is cool. Not anymore. Now it sucks. Now it's bad. And I'm going to delete it. Ready? Delete. Goodbye. It's gone forever. Here's an assimilation swarm I'm never going to play. Should have been +1 damage or +1 to save. +1 to save would have been good. +1 damage is a lot. If it was +1 to hit, I think I would take it. Because then you wouldn't need the strat to do the thing. I guess you could still do +1 to hit and reroll 1s if you're a Subterranean Assault. No, you can't. Because you can't take the fucking... You can't take Warrior Bioform with Subterranean. God damn it, dude. This faction's so cursed. Why did they even make Tyranids an army? Can we go back in time and make them not do that? It is what it is. Anyway, folks. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for listening to me talk about my cool Tyranid army. Again, I recorded a whole video where I talked about how to play it, and then I hadn't edited it, and now it's worthless. I love recording content and having to delete it later. Bleh. Bleh. Yeah, anyway. Cheers, everybody. I'm going to be back in about 5 hours. My voice is shot, so there's no way it's great. But I'm going to be back in about 5 hours with some more T5SU Invitational. Please hang out with me for that. That's going to be Grey Knights versus Emperor's Children. We get to talk about all the good stuff happening.
Etriong 6931 donated $50 through Super Chat.
Whoa!
Another challenge list. Final day in the Assassin Detachment. You must use Paul characters and the transports before you use infantry. Still waiting on Tson's BTW.
Yeah, I gotta play all 1 DP Thousand Suns, which I think is more interesting now than it was previously. Because I'll be honest, all 1 Thousand Suns, you could play like Psychotar Cohort and some bullshit and a bunch of Defilers and call it a day. And your list is probably good. But now that everything get nerfed, I actually think Thousand Suns more interesting to play than they were previously. So I think I'm curious about playing that. I haven't streamed many games on Twitch. I've streamed 2, I think, since the edition started. So I have not had as much time to play. Because mostly I was prepping that Tyranid for the fucking Tyranid list. It's just bad now. Cool. Anyway. But we'll get some challenge games in. If not this week, next week before I leave for Lone Star Open. Thanks for the super chat, though. I appreciate that. There's always the Blizzard game. No. There are 2 games that exist. There's Warhammer 40,000, the miniature game, and there's Breachstorm. There are no other miniature games that exist in the entire world. I'll let you guys know. So yeah, we'll get that one in. All transports, all characters, and transports before infantry. So does that include with Final Day? Does that include the Tyranid characters? So you have to take like 3 winged Tyranid primes and like Red Terror, and also all the killers, the killer guys, the killer morphs and stuff. Is that? Do you have to take 3 parasites and Mortrax? Do I have to take 3 parasites and Mortrax, chat? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Anyway, cheers everyone. Keep it classy, folks, and I will see you later this evening.